Well, I'm funny how? I mean, funny like I'm a clown, I amuse you?
You have part of my attention. You have the minimum amount.
I'm the guy who does his job. You must be the other guy.
You got a lot of problems, don't you?
Oh, it's good to be back.
I don't know.
You don't know?
It means I go fuck yourself.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore.
You can't handle the truth.
And we're live. The finals are here. There's no championship. People may cry. Boatman's audio only. This is gonna be a shit show. We're gonna see what happens live. I don't know exactly what's gonna happen, but we've made it. I've really enjoyed this series. Talked to a few of us. We're kind of all sad that it's kind of coming to an end. We should have done top 200. We would have had a lot of fun. But my sanity needs to go back to normal for a bit. So, first, Boatman, if you're there, how are you feeling tonight? Besides being on vacation, do you think that you will take the top spot for the final point tonight?
I feel like even if I was going to get the top spot, my internet's gonna bring me down like at least 10 points. Like,
that's a fact.
This is not great. I am in Colorado right now, for those who don't know. So that's why I'm cammed off, because my internet was better without it. So we're doing
the good news is you're coming in clear.
Yeah, we spent the summer on this show, so let's go for it.
Next, we got Jake. Jake, like I said, he's really good at movie trivia. I just don't think he likes movies. Jake, how are you feeling tonight? Do you feel like you'll claim the top spot tonight?
I won once. That's all that was really needed for me. This is it. This is the top 10. I'm scared, but I'm also excited because it's going to end and it's sad. But we get to talk about films that I just haven't had really the chance to talk about, and that's going to be fun to really do. So this is it. This is the 10 films that I'm taking with me everywhere I go if we run out of films.
Interesting. Kirk, Pat, basically, you've only lost, I think, 3 times? Maybe 4? I don't know. I know 4 times, but you won everything else. So how do you feel tonight? Do you feel like you will claim the top spot going into the final recap episode next week?
I feel good. I know we've had some highs, a few lows, mostly highs, but a few lows. I think on the final 10, we kind of really, you and I are going to come together, and I think it's going to be a good night for us. You and I anyway are going to have a lot of fun. We'll see. We'll see about everybody else.
That's fair. And Koho. So, peek behind the curtain, everybody. I gave everybody the option to do a scratch and replace. It's not come up yet, Koho. So tonight's the night. It is a movie you have saw during quarantine has burst into your top 10 that you didn't have when you didn't previously have it on the list. So,
exactly. Yep.
Do you feel like you're going to win this episode, or are you going to burn?
Listen. We all know your feelings on a movie that we know is in my list. I'm fucked. There's not much I can do to win this week. My last good shot was the 20s, and I had half a chance last week that went away as soon as you decided to watch Life of Brian. So this week is all about who am I taking down with me? That's right. This is I'm going down. Who is going down with me? This ship's going down in flames. And it's going to be an entertaining dumpster fire while we do it.
Again, everybody in the chat, thank you. I know there's a YLS watch-along group. I appreciate you guys all watching it every week. That's great. Just a little recap. Next week, we're not going back to normal scheduling. We will do a recap special. Basically go through the top 100 of this group. This is what every other group that does a top 100 will be compared to. This will be the original top 100, and we'll see how everybody else does. And then we also we're back to normal. We're back to normal. So I want to go through that way. I have every eye at the start of the show because by 3 hours, half of you will be asleep, and I think Brooklyn will be drunk. So 2 weeks from now, we're going to do movies that deserve sequels. I have 2 people. I'm looking for 2 more. Those are already confirmed spots. Then the week after that, Kirk's going to take the reins, he will take the reins next year for the top 100 as well, best 70s movies. And then the week after that will be directors, actors, and actress combos represented by one movie. So the best, pairing between the two. If you don't know what that means, probably don't submit a list. Boatman's doing walk-in. I think best walk-in movies or best walk-in performances. So Senator Boatman. The week after that is best film scores. The week after that is movie top 10 2010's movie scenes. No comic book. There's a reason. Week after that, musicals represented by one song. It can be stage or movie. I don't care, but send them to Koho. Yep. And then we're doing top 40 comic book. I've had some people already reach out to me, tell me they want to be on. Again, you have to send me your list, and you have to be available for five weeks, give or take, because do another recap special on that. So yeah, that's what it is. We are going to trade one apiece overall. So it's going to be fun. We'll see how long this lasts. Boatman. Oh, by the way, some movies I have seen, I have just hidden from Letterboxd. I made one mistake today. One mistake. So I have seen most of your top 100, and I will log them later. But I have some thoughts on some of you guys. So, Boatman, go ahead. Start it off.
Okay, so my number 10 is one of my favorite comedies, one of my favorite romantic comedies. I've actually visited where this movie is filmed. It's Groundhog Day. Get your booties because it's cold out there. I absolutely love this film. I love the relationship between Phil Connors and Rita. I think their chemistry is just so perfect together. I love how much of a jerk Phil is, at the start of this movie. He is, over it, just awfulness. And then he, slowly kind of betters himself. And it's not really, it really is because the universe is essentially forcing him to become a better person. And I do really like that. I think there's a lot of really good comedic bits. I love Needle Nose Ned. Bing! And I love Larry, the cameraman. There's just so much about this movie I just love. And it completely understands, the lovable nature of a lot of small towns, which is what I really like about the movie. Is it clearly loves the town of Puxatawny, and it loves just these little intricacies of the small town.
Okay. Anybody else have Groundhog Day?
No.
Okay. Groundhog Day is one of those comedies that I really enjoy. I laugh a lot. Bill Murray. This community is making me Bill Murray at the beginning of the movie. That's a total asshole to everybody. That's what's slowly happening. I thought I was a nice guy, and then I decided to do this show. No, this is me and Boatman have talked about this movie. I knew this would rank really high on Boatman's in his eyes. I enjoy it movie. It wouldn't personally be mine, but I actually have no issue with it because I think it's honestly a really great film. So yeah, everybody else on Groundhog Day. How does everybody else feel about Groundhog Day?
The movie's dope. It's fun. I think that subgenre trope is kind of just fun to do, and I think other movies that I probably like a little bit more have taken that idea and done different things with it. Edge of Tomorrow is really fun. I like.
You tell me Palm Springs is better than Groundhog.
I'm not. I'm not going to. I like Palm Springs a lot, but I wasn't going to say that. I was mainly just.
Holtzman just about made me have an aneurysm. It's like Palm Springs, but without.
I mean, he also said it's like source code, except he knows what's happening, which is good. No, but this is a good movie. I get why it's in Boatman's top 10. It's just not one of my favorites.
Jake.
I like the movie a lot. I think it's really fun, great concept. I mean, the idea of the genre, it's kind of become like a subgenre of itself. You just go any film that does the same thing as a Groundhog Day movie, which is kind of influential in that aspect. Fun. Yeah, I think Bill Murray gives a fantastic performance, and it's really funny. I like to rewatch it a lot. It also gets kind of dark during the end with the homeless man, but yeah.
That's true.
I really love this movie. Boatman's visited here. I live here. Punxsutawney is just like right down the street from me. And Groundhog Day and Gobbler's Knob is kind of like ingrained in the Western Pennsylvania lore. And I love seeing that on the big screen. A lot of the people around there are very true to life. So Boatman, if you ever come back, look me up. We'll hang out and yell at each other about movies. But I love this movie. The more I watch it, the more I see. The more it just how deep this movie goes, just what this has to say about life and the kind of person you want to be. Bill Murray gives a really great performance. It's funny, but it's also very, like you said, it gets dark at certain points, and I like a romantic comedy like this that actually has something to say. I think it's not my top 100, but I think it's a really good pick.
Okay, so we're off to a safe start. No problems. Everybody's still alive. Jake, what's your 10?
Wow. So my number 10, my favorite romance film of all time. Man, we're just going to go for it. It is Call Me By Your Name. This is just a film that has grown on me over the years. I remember seeing this back when it came out and thought it was pretty great. Then slowly after time, it's just started to really creep into my top 100, and it came to a point where I just started to realize, I love this movie. This movie is just fantastic. And then when I went to go see it sometime early this year, I think it was a Valentine's Day screening, I just completely fell in love with it even more, and it started to really connect with me on an emotional level. I really loved the relationship between Elio and Oliver. You're not wrong, Adelaide. And just what Luca Guadagnino is able to capture perfectly is just the human intimacy of both characters in a relationship. Like, it doesn't matter if they're gay or hetero. It's just you get what the connection is between two characters, and the sensuality is just so intimate and personal without it feeling like you're being voyeuristic about the characters. I love the setting. It takes place in the early 80s, and just the look of the country town in Italy is just so beautiful to look at. The classical music, it's just really has this like timeless quality to the movie, and I really like that aspect. Music's really incredible, and you just really care for both characters, and it's very much like they don't really want to be together, but also there's just something that connects them to a point where they just can't be apart, and it just comes to a point where you're just enjoying what they're doing. And the ending is also just so like beautiful and powerful, and I would be happy if there was a sequel, but also I would be happy if there wasn't. It's just a perfect romance film.
I saw this movie. This movie's good / fine. Like, I like it, but like I wasn't like, it didn't grab my full attention. I didn't really care that much. I know that sounds bad, but it just wasn't my kind of movie. And maybe it was the mood. I watched it really late too. One night I was about to go to bed. I was like, oh wait, I have to watch Call Me By Your Name. So maybe the atmosphere when I watched it, I don't know. But I think it was fine. I think I understand why a lot of people would like it. It just didn't hit. And the peach line from Adelaide deserves a block, because I don't like the pun or the I don't like the
reference.
So what does everybody else think about Call Me By Your Name?
I have not seen this one yet.
Bowman, go ahead. If you're alive.
Oh, did you say Boatman? Okay, I will go. My name is still choppy. Yeah, I actually watched it for the first time this year. I think this movie is, on a visual level, just beautiful. Like, this is just an amazing looking movie in general. I think the lead performances are really good. Michael Stuhlbarg is fantastic in this movie. Overall, like, the screenplay, just like the conversations weren't like super duper like fascinating to me, but I think overall, like, the movie itself was really, really good, and I want to revisit it.
I saw it in 2017 and went, this is fine. And then I rewatched it this year, and I don't know what happened, but I liked it a lot more on the rewatch. I love Armie Hammer in this movie. I think he's fantastic, and both he and Stuhlbarg both should have been nominated because they're both fantastic. Stuhlbarg's speech at the end is one of the most beautiful scenes from that year. And Stuhlbarg is like one scene wonder performances, just one scene to define the movie. It's Stuhlbarg's performance. Yeah, it's really good. I couldn't put it in my top 10. It's not a movie that I think would ever reach that high for me. I'm just not a romance movie person in general. But like I get it. It's a really good movie. So
Okay. Kirk, what is your 10?
Okay, my number 10 is Yojimbo. This is a Japanese samurai movie, but is also the quintessential Western. I mean, this is where you get the man with no name trope. This is the origin of, A Fistful of Dollars and all those movies. Toshiro Mifune is fantastic in this. This is probably my favorite performance of his. The character he creates here, and again, I talked about it a long time ago when I talked about Sanjuro, the sequel to this movie. The character is just that guy who's kind of above it all and over it, but who can still just like take everybody out and isn't like eager to do it, but he will if he has to. He's great, and I find myself, if I have 10 or 15 minutes to spare and I don't want to start a new movie, I will just watch a couple scenes from this because he is magic. Every time he's on the screen, he's so good. The fight scenes, the sword play is so good. It's just so much fun to watch. Just the way he moves and the way he's killing everybody is, and just kind of like there's a scene where guys come and they're like talking trash, just pulls out a sword and swings a sword, tucks it away real fast, and walks away like annoyed that he had to kill these guys. And that's kind of just the whole his attitude through the whole movie. It is that Fistful of Dollars story where he's playing two rival gangs against each other, and again he's very it's very fun to watch him just do that. Just kind of be that guy in the middle who's smarter than everybody. He is. You used that one already, Cam. His character is great. It's a funny movie. There's a lot of like dark humor to it, which makes it a lot more fun, makes it a lot more interesting, makes characters a lot more interesting. Fantastic score. This is a score that is very sets the tone and the mood of the movie. It's a very kind of like playful, mischievous score. If it had a different score, it would be a totally different movie, and the score reflects the character. So yeah, this is my favorite Toshiro Mifune. This is my favorite Kurosawa. I love this movie so much.
Do you have a shirt for every movie on your list tonight?
That would be cool, but no.
Okay. No, I watched this. I watched this today. And I took a break between YA Dystopia and I watched Yojimbo, and I really did enjoy it. I really did. The dark humor didn't really work for me in it, but overall, I think the story, like the character development, and like I agree, the score is really good in this movie. I'm still an uncultured swine when it comes to forward films, so I'm learning, and I will have to watch it again to probably. Maybe it improve on the rewatch, but no, for first time watch, I really did enjoy it. I can understand with as much as you put on your list with those kind of themes. I can understand why this is your top 10. No problem at all. I know one person at least has seen Yojimbo. What about everybody else?
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, well, first off, good to know this movie takes place in a mulberry field, or he takes the name after a mulberry field. Easily top 5 movies I was forced to watch for trivia. Like, legitimately, this movie is absolutely excellent. I think that Jake, but no, easily top 5 movies like I've watched for trivia. I love the way that Sanjuro. I love the way that Sanjuro kind of toys with the two sides. I think it's really fun. I love the action. I love the comedy. I think the comedy is like what makes the movie like really interesting and stands out for me. And this is excellent. I could see this on more watches, like becoming a movie that I absolutely love.
And yes, it was between Maze Runner is when I decided to finish this one. So, Koho, what's your 10?
Alrighty, we're gonna kick things off nice and easy with a movie that won Best Picture that we've yiked a couple times already. It's the best movie from my favorite directors. It's No Country for Old Men.
which is my 18.
Okay, so No Country for Old Men.
It was also on my list.
Boat, you might want to drop and come back because you're really laggy. So, the Coen Brothers are my favorite directors. If you watched the video store interview, I talked at length about why I love them. They have a very distinct style and tone to them, and they kind of, in this one, set aside their quirkiness and just focus on the story at hand and decide to play with like the tension and do this giant cat and mouse game. I think they do it masterfully. Javier Bardem is incredible as Anton Chigurh. He is my favorite non-comic book movie villain of all time. He's terrifying, he's menacing, and I think Bardem brings that in every scene. One of my favorite scenes in movie history is what's the most you've ever lost in a coin toss? That scene is terrifying because you understand what's at stake and the store clerk doesn't, and you just sit there and you're like, you just need to walk away. Josh Brolin is really solid in this movie. I really like Tommy Lee Jones as Ed Tom Bell. I think his dream, explaining his dream at the end, is a really great moment as well. This movie is fantastic, and just the way that it sort of does this sort of 3-horse cat and mouse game between them all is really great. I love this movie.
Yeah, so this was 18 for me. This is my favorite Coen Brothers movie. This used to be higher, and just on rewatch, I still love the movie, but there's just other films that I like that have grown on top of it. It's just a perfect thriller. Just the suspense that just goes through the entire movie with like this just almost no music in the entire film. The film relies on just creating the tension from the situations, the scenarios, and the way the camera just moves. When Anton Chigurh and Llewellyn Moss, when they have their little gunfight in the streets, and you see him coming through the light under the door, and you just know that something's going to happen. And then when he turns it off, you have no idea what's going to happen next. And that whole scene is just so brilliantly executed. This is just one of those films that I just have really liked, and what it deals with, the idea of luck and chance and retirement, is just really fascinating. This is a perfect film, honestly.
Oh.
Okay. I had this at 25. I think that this is a film that, it's I've said it before. Type of movie that I really like is a bunch of characters played by very good actors who all want a thing, and the whole movie is just them trying to get the thing. In this case, the thing is a briefcase full of money. And I really like just the dynamic. I love the scene with Woody Harrelson's character and Anton Chigurh. I think that dynamic is really interesting, of how Anton Chigurh, and ultimately that's his downfall. I love everything in this movie. Absolutely excellent. And that's just one of the great villain performances. Like Joker, Anton Chigurh, Hans Landa, one after the other, just incredible.
I guess that's it. Kirk, you didn't have this, right?
No.
I like this film. I do. But there's a problem when you're friends with Kaleb Koho, as long as I've been. He really likes this movie, and I think this movie's okay. I think it's okay. I don't think it's a masterpiece. I don't think it's brilliant. I think there's brilliant moments in it. I can't argue. Javier Bardem's character is amazing in this movie. I just don't fall in love with the story overall, and it drags. And if I was Ryan Permis, I'd give it 3 out of 10 because it's kind of depressing, sad, and slow. And that's not what I need in a movie. Maybe if I had more Spider Pig, it'd move up. But yeah, it's a fine movie. I have no problem. I knew this was going to be your 10, so I have no issue. I think it's a little lower than it would have been a couple years ago. So that's
it. Is. It's gone down a little bit. Just because it's not one I rewatch as much. It was my number one, Cohen, like, period. But we'll get to that later. It's changed.
Shut your face. Okay, Kirk.
First time I saw this movie, I really didn't like it. And again, I think it might have to do something to do with the hype around it. A couple of rewatches, I like a little more. Found a little more of it, but still, I still find a lot of the problems that you have with it, Cody. But you know, Shigur's a great villain. There's a lot of great moments in it. But again, overall, I've said this a couple times now. The Coens don't hit for me as hard as they do for everybody else. But it's an okay movie. If I watch it more, I might like it more. But I'm just kind of like a little bit ambivalent towards it right now.
Okay, we're gonna try this. Boatman, you're 9.
Am I 9? I'm ready to die. It's my Kirk and Cody are both ready. Yay! It's my favorite straight-up comedy, and I love everything about it.
We lost you
through
all of that, buddy.
Yeah, just say the name.
Oh no. Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh no is right.
Yay!
Yeah. Okay. Never gonna win. Your list sucks now. Yeah, I think that this movie is absolutely like one of the funniest movies ever made. It's my favorite comedy. All the different types of jokes, all the different styles of humor. Again, group of characters who all want thing, going after thing. The thing in this case being the Holy Grail. And I love like all the different little like segments. I think like Monty Python is perfect when they're just like getting to be just super zany, super segmented, super broken up. And that's what this movie is. I love the witch sequence. I'm not sure which, because she looks like one. I think that's super funny. I love Bring Out Your Dead. Bring Out Your Dead. Black Knight is a classic. Like that's just one of the greatest comedy routines ever. It's just a flesh wound. And I love like the little fourth wall style jokes. Like, and then the animator suffered a heart attack, and the peril was no more. Like that bit is really great. I just think that this movie has so like many funny bits in it. I really love Terry Jones as Sir Belvedere. I think he is excellent, and that's why I believe the world to be banana shaped. I just love this movie. I could quote it day in, day out. I love it.
Who else had Monty Python? Anybody? Good.
Yeah,
No one else had it. Good. This movie sucks. This movie sucks. This movie sucks. I am not a fan of this humor at all. The movie would have been a lot better if the horse, like with the coconuts, led in the opposite direction and the movie ended and the credits rolled. But no, they continued on for fucking ever. I laugh at the witch scene because I think the witch scene is like funny, but the rest of it, like the Black Knight, everybody says iconic. I find stupid. I don't care. I don't laugh. I hate how many people have quoted this movie to me. That's probably why, because I hate when I say, "Oh, I find it so not funny." Well, we're the Knights of St. Knee. Still not funny with the actors that didn't make me laugh. Joe Bob ain't gonna make me laugh either. So you guys can all just stop that humor because I hate that. Oh, but let me tell you the joke. Yeah, Bowen was doing it, and I said still didn't hit, and I'm still on that side. Yeah, not a fan. I think this is gross. Not gross. I just think it's stupid. Like people think number 9. Are you freaking kidding me? 9? That is insane. But also the people now we're doing the bro in the chat. I guess that's the new thing from the smells. Brooklyn, lay off the booze. Everybody else, Kirk goes last. What about Monty Python? Go ahead.
Okay.
I had Life of Brian because Life of Brian speaks more to me, but Monty Python and the Holy Grail is the better movie of the two. I think it's the smarter like comedy. Like everyone's like just everything's better in Holy Grail. It's just for me, Life of Brian is funnier to me because I resonated more with the subject material in that one. But I can't fault you for it. I like Holy Grail. Just a little overrated.
I saw this last year for Full Metal, and I think it's funny. I think it's hilarious. I enjoy a lot of the jokes. Tim, the Enchanter, he's funny. I like the scene on the bridge where he's got to ask questions and then a couple of them screw up. That's funny. The killer rabbit, and then they have to kill a holy hand grenade. Like, there's some good jokes in it, and I appreciate it. It's my favorite of the Monty Python films that I've seen. I mean, yeah, it's not on my list, so I can't be criticized.
That's true.
Yeah, so I saw this. I mean, I've never been into the Monty Python humor at all. I assumed I wouldn't like this movie, but I think when it went on Netflix a couple years ago, I finally broke down and watched it. And yeah, I don't want to say I don't get it because I see where the humor is supposed to be coming from, but it's just not there. I compare watching this movie to watching like a clown perform at a child's birthday party. Like, I can see technically what's supposed to be amusing, but it's just not. It's shrubbery is a funny word, so let's spend 20 minutes of the movie saying the word shrubbery over and over again. That's hilarious. Knee, that's funny. Make noise, funny words or funny noises. That's the whole thing, and it's just not funny at all. Like, I mean, like I said, to say I don't get it is like, I feel like I'm demeaning myself because there's nothing to get. I mean, the Black Knight scene is like the closest thing to an actual joke, but I mean, I've been seeing like clips of that since I was a child, so that's kind of just running the ground for me. The coconut bit is funny for the first 5 seconds, but they run that into the ground, just do it the whole movie, and it stops being funny real fast. The scene where the guy charges the castle and he's like real far away, and then he like just shows up and he's right there. I think that's the one legitimate laugh this movie got for me. But yeah, this movie is just not. It's not funny. There's nothing there. It's completely devoid of humor. There's nothing there for it. I don't want to say I don't get the movie, but I don't get the enjoyment of this movie at all. It just blows my mind.
That's great. Nick Carley just said, I want to argue, but sadly I can't. The older I get, the less funny. Cool. I'm glad we're all on the same page. Okay. Next is Jake. You don't seem happy. What's going on?
I'm very happy. I'm very happy with this one. Koho knows why. We have to talk about the most important film on my top 100. This is the film that defined me as a young lad. A film that is so brilliant in its execution. I'm talking, of course, of 2002's Spider-Man.
Wow.
Yes, boy. We get to finally talk about this one. This has always been a favorite of mine as a kid. I think this used to be like my favorite film. I always remember watching it all the time, and slowly I just didn't really watch it until like a few years ago, where I just started to rewatch it, and it just everything started to come back. And it is my favorite comic book movie, my favorite superhero movie. It is a movie that I rewatch almost more than any other film. As people know in this chat, on this group, I have definitely been very intoxicated while watching this movie. I get enjoyment out of that. It's fun. It's great. I love Tobey Maguire and Kirsten Dunst and James Franco. Willem Dafoe gives a fantastic performance. What I hate about people is that they say that this movie's bad because there's too much cheese and it's too corny. That's what makes this film great, is that it knows what it's trying to be and is enjoying it. You know? So what if Green Goblin turns a bunch of people into skeletons with a pumpkin bomb? That shit's amazing. That shit's fun. Macy Gray makes an appearance. Definitely doesn't outdate the movie, but that's fun to see her. We get the greatest character in film history with Bonesaw. Love that guy. Still got a shirt with him. It's just really entertaining. That's really why I love this movie. And you can call me like I'm all about nostalgia, and part of that is why that's part of why this is on this list. Honestly, I've seen this film more than any other film ever. I'm 100% serious. Like, I think I've seen this movie more than any other film. I know almost every single dialogue. That's why me and Michael will always put this in championship matches, because I don't need to rewatch this. I just know that I know this film better than any other film. It also just is really dramatic. The whole film's about Peter wanting to tell MJ that he loves her and wants to be with her, but Harry starts dating her, and with the whole ending, he realizes that he can't be with her. And that's kind of just powerful. Like, that's the lesson he learns, is that with great power comes great responsibility. Him chasing the carjacker who killed our Uncle Ben is just so riveting and intense. It also just has one of my favorite climaxes, final battles, from on the Brooklyn Bridge to fighting in the dilapidated building. That all is just so, like, intense and raw, and I just really love that sort of stuff. But like, what a big part of why this movie is better than the other live-action Spider-Man movies is because of Sam Raimi. He just puts so many like little moments in this one that makes it so much more interesting and grand, and I just really like those ideas that he does. Like, he gave Lucy Lawless like a small little bit in this movie. Bruce Campbell has like a really memorable moment in this film. Like, there's just so many great bits that Sam Raimi just adds to making this film just so dense with like so many details, and just I love this movie, and I will never not love it, and I will not be embarrassed for loving this movie. Me and Michael Campbell will always be united for this movie, and yeah, in your face, people. This film's just incredible.
So, I can't say anything negative about it because I love the movie. I think this movie is so much fun. Is it top 100? No, hell no. But as somebody that has seen the best video ever of Jake talking to the camera, Wyatt plays in behind him and does it line for line as the Green Goblin. Very well, if we're being honest.
Robert, the line is hunch, not I slouch. He hasn't seen Spider-Man. He's a phony.
Oh!
Jake and Robert in fandom now. Let's go.
I did win that Sam Raimi trivia match, okay?
The spider is wrong on a Spider-Man question. That's hilarious. No. So, is this such a Jake pick? Yeah. I just hate that you put this over Spider-Man 2. Like, that's incorrect by a mile.
I said Spider-Man 2 was a better movie, but this is just more of a personal film for me.
That's fair. So I'm not going to hate on this. Everybody can go, and Koho goes last.
Yeah.
No. I like the movie. I don't think it holds up that great. It's not terrible. There's a lot of more worse stuff has come out since. I do think Willem Dafoe is good in it. I hate the fact that they put a guy. Yeah, exactly. They cast a guy who looks exactly like Green Goblin off the comic book page, and then put a helmet on him. That drove me crazy. They could have done so much better with that. But he's good in it. And I do love the ending. That ending is just fantastic. I mean, that just encapsulates that character so well. I remember the first time I saw it, I was like, yeah, that is Spider-Man. The Sam Raimi stuff is honestly the stuff that I don't like. I think he brings too much of himself into that. I don't think a Sam Raimi movie is a lighthearted comic book movie, and the stuff that he puts in is what kind of takes me out of it. But yeah, I mean, 9 is ridiculously high, but it's not like Cody said, it's not a horrible movie.
Bo?
Okay. Yeah, I think this is like it's a very fun movie, and it's exactly what's trying to be. Super dark, or like they try to almost like make fun of themselves. They try to go the meta route, and I think both of those usually work. But it's kind of nice to see a superhero movie kind of just be very sincere and goofy, and I really like that. I don't know if I will ever be able to love this movie because Jake and Michael have kind of ruined this movie for me, no offense. Because they have to find so many details for Warzone matches now, and that's not really their fault. It's just this movie is more of a meme than anything at this point, which is like fine because I do think like compared to other meme movies, you can get B movie, which is worse. So but I think like I don't get the this movie's cheesy argument from somebody who like completely destroyed Cars last episode, which is also intentionally cheesy, but fair.
Okay.
Oh God.
Is this movie good? No. It's not a good movie. Is it fun? Kind of. There are parts of it that I like. I really like Green Goblin. I like certain elements of it. I think Raimi's not the problem. I think the problem is that Dunst can't act her way out of a paper bag. I think Tobey Maguire is the worst cast.
Michael back.
Tobey Maguire is the worst Spider-Man on screen, period. The end. He's terrible in every scene. I hunch. Don't fucking kill me. Putting this over Spider-Man 2 is baffling because Spider-Man 2 is actually good. Like, that's like an unironically good movie. And like Spider-Man 1 is ironically, like, if you're putting this at 9, ironically, sure, I'll give you a pass. Fuck it. But I don't get the people who unironically say this is one of the best superhero movies of all time because it's nowhere near top 40. Like, we're about to do top 40 in October. If this shows up on someone's list, I'm going to flip my shit because it's not a top 40 comic book movie. It's not. But like, it's Jake. I get it. It's just, I don't hate this movie, but I hate how much Jake loves this movie.
Out of all the Spider-Mans that have ever been released, where do you put this Spider-Man?
This Spider-Man, out of every Spider-Man, like 6.
Okay. Amazing Spider-Man 2 is higher. I'm pretty sure.
Amazing Spider-Man 2 would be higher than this.
Ooh.
This movie is.
I'll give it slightly down.
No, it would not.
All right, Kirk. Let's get back on the correct track. Let's go.
My number 9 is Raiders of the Lost Ark. We talked about Last Crusade last week, so we talked about a little Indiana Jones a bit already. But I love this movie. I love what this does. Talked before we were talking about Star Wars about how directors like Spielberg were making the movies that they remember, movies they wanted to see. And this movie, there's really nothing really like fresh or original. It takes a very old idea and just presents it very, very well. It's like the best possible version of that thing. And it's just so well done. And Indiana Jones is such a great character. That opening scene is just so great in how it defines his character. On the way in, he's very careful and systematic, just walking through everything. He has all the answers. He knows how to be safe. And then one thing goes wrong and he just books. And that is just Indiana Jones to a T. He has this air of toughness and that he knows what he's doing. But underneath that bravado, he's just like a scared, nerdy archaeology teacher. And I love that about him. The action sequence is so good. The boulder, the fight scene, at the airplane. There's so many great moments in this movie. Marion Ravenwood is a great character. I love her introduction. That's probably my favorite character introduction in a movie ever. Her, the drinking contest, and I love how that pays off. That's probably my favorite payoff in a movie ever. Later when she's in the tent and she's drinking. The score is just the perfect. The John Williams score is just so perfect. It's the theme song for adventure. It kind of feels like. They talk about the great sculptors when they, the statue was already in the rock and they just found it. I feel like that's what John Williams did with this. Like, this song exists, this music existed, and he just discovered it because this is like the music that defines adventure. And I just love it. I like this better. Again, I think Last Crusade was my number 14. I mean, so 9 and 14 out of everything is practically the same. But I just feel like, Raiders is a little edgier. I feel like Last Crusade is Raiders with all the rough edges sanded down. So I like this one better. But yeah, it's so I could watch this movie 3 times in a row and not get bored at all. It's so much fun.
Do anybody else have Raiders?
No.
Oh, gosh, Kirk, you're doing well tonight. You're doing real well tonight. We just did a watch along of this one, and it's so much fun. I like Last Crusade more, but overall, I have no issue. It's probably because Connery's in that one. But this one's such a fun adventure film. That score, the character, I agree with the introduction of Ravenwood. It's just all that stuff is just so much fun, and where it sets. And I even think the villains are really good in this one. And that's why in the third one they go back to the way of the first one. Basically, you gotta. It's best when when Harrison Ford is punching Nazis. It just works a lot better. I also love that giant fight scene between him and that giant guy outside the plane. I think that's really good. And I still just love the shoot line. Just shoots him. It just goes on. It's still one of my favorite movie moments ever. So I have no problem with Raiders being on your top 10 or let alone in your top 100. What the hell is wrong with everybody else? I know Cars and Rubber had to make the cut.
I said last week that this and Back to the Future were ones that should have been on my list that I totally forgot about. That both would have been on my top 100. I just assumed that I already had them in, and then they weren't there. I'm blanked. But both of them would have been in my top 100, 100%.
But you remember when I gave you this thing called a scratch?
Yeah.
The scratch would have put it in.
Yep. Yeah.
That argument's invalid now. Go ahead, Jake.
This film's fantastic. This is one of the best action adventure films. Highly entertaining. I owe my mum making me watch the trilogy when I was younger, before Kingdom of the Crystal Skull had come out. So I watched the trilogy. Raiders is just a fantastic movie. I remember always knowing about the boulder scene, but I'd never seen where the origin of that had come from. And then watching the movie, I was like, oh, there it is, and the whole idol, and that opening is so good. Alfred Molina is in that opening scene. Fun fact. No one gets impaled by a glider, so I can't really I kind of have to fault the movie on that aspect. But that's okay. But this movie's just great. Yeah, I can't argue. There's no flaws with this movie. It's really hard to talk shit about it. I like the movie a lot. Just I wouldn't make my top 100 personally.
Vote.
Yeah, I think this is an incredibly well-crafted action movie. I personally prefer Last Crusade, but I totally understand why people like Raiders. I like the dynamic between Indy and his father, but I think Raiders is an incredibly well-done action movie. But yeah, there's nothing I can really say against it. It's just not one that I personally go back to a lot, but I totally get why people do.
If Indiana Jones had to sit in a room and defend his life, it probably would be there. Koho, what's your 9?
That would be a better movie.
My 9, we're going to get to my favorite Tarantino movie, and that is Django Unchained. I love this movie. I think it's... when I watch it for the first time, I'm not really a huge Westerns person. But Tarantino doing Westerns, I vibe with it so much better than anything else. Because the Tarantino dialogue infused in that setting really works for me. I really love the way Jamie Foxx and Christoph Waltz interact with this movie. They have that really great friendship. And Calvin Candy is fantastic. Leonardo DiCaprio's performance is one of the best performances of the decade from a supporting actor, I think. I think he should have won the Oscar that year, and he wasn't even nominated, which frustrates me to no end. But I think, just scene for scene, beat for beat, I love every part of this movie. I know I've heard the criticism that it gets just to be a bloody crapshoot by the end, and I'm like, who really cares? Because it's fun. It's fun. It ends in a giant gunfight. It's dope. But I think it's fantastically written, and it's easily my favorite of Tarantino's movies.
I had this at number 50. This is just a fantastic Western. I've said with Good, the Bad, the Ugly, I want to get more into the Western genre, and this is the first Tarantino film I saw in theaters. I was able to see this, but not Hateful Eight for some reason. I got away with it. So it's from my dad. Really love this movie. Just fantastic. It's weird because it's over 2.5 hours long, but it doesn't feel that long because you're just so interested in the dialogue and the situations that happen. The whole first hour is Django and Schultz, their chemistry, and them becoming really good friends, which then leads to getting his wife, and it just keeps going up. And then the tension with DiCaprio's character, who's just fantastic. It's crazy he was not nominated for an Academy Award. He's just so really good in this movie, and it just leads to a bloody battle. And I mean, yeah, I love violence in movies, so why would I just feel like, if you know what you're getting yourself into, then why would you criticize the violence? It gets excessive, but that's what you expect from a Tarantino film. He's making a Western, and it just pays off in that way. But then it keeps going, and then you're like, what's going on next? And then you have the Aussies, and then Tarantino doing his best Australian accent, which I just enjoy as a campy thing. And then it gets blown up, but it's just really enjoyable revenge kind of movie that is just really entertaining. I really like this movie a lot.
Did anybody else have Django? Did you have it?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
No, so I really like Django Unchained. I think Django Unchained is probably one of the first, like, I've seen other Western movies before this, but it was one that I really like. I really enjoyed because I was more of a Tarantino fan at that point. I hate the ending of this movie. I really do. Like, I love leading up to the ending, like when when Schultz takes care of Candy, I'm like, that scene, like, that stuff's cool, but then they just go into the over explosion stuff just because it's Tarantino and just all the blood and stuff. But everything leading up to that point is like fantastic. Like, me and Koho were in Madison and waiting for like Tim and them to get up for that morning, and we watched like the first hour of this movie, and like
It felt like 20 minutes. Also,
yeah, an hour passed by, and I was just like, "What the heck's happening?" Like, oh my gosh, that scene when Schultz is in there and he's like, "Please bring me the sheriff," or whatever he does. They come and it's like, "Don't gun me down," like you did mine. Precisely. Like, it's just those little moments that happen that kill me throughout it. I like this movie a lot. 9, maybe, possibly a little high. I like other Tarantino a little bit better, but co-host choice. This is actually a good one on your top 10. So good job. Boat or Kirk, whoever wants to talk.
I like it. It's for me, it's probably 5th or 6th Tarantino. I think honestly, what this movie suffers from is what it had to follow. I had very high expectations built up for it, and it didn't quite meet it. But it's not a bad movie. Another one I watch more. I like it more. Christoph Waltz is great in it. Again, just doesn't live up to what he's done previously. Leo is fantastic as Kelvin Candy, and everybody knows, all those stories. And I love that presentation, going back to, I think, my number 100, I was talking about 12 Years a Slave, and this movie kind of does the same thing, where it shows, you have that veneer in that, antebellum South with the slave owners, you have that veneer of class and of, the gentry, but below it, they're just, pathetic white trash. And I love how that's, what this, how he presents this character. It's not my top 100. Like I said, it's probably, I'm going through my head here right now, I'd say 5th through 7th Tarantino for me. But that's still, 7th best Tarantino movie, still pretty good.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood higher though. Okay.
Well, Kirk's wrong on that. We all know that. Boatman, anything before your internet cuts out?
Yeah, I think.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I think that's who I am.
It doesn't cut out again. I think that this is like a very epic movie. I think it's like an incredibly large film. It's not like
Good talk, which really sucks because you're going to have to go to your 8. Oh, fuck.
This is going to be longer than 3 hours.
Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, for sure.
I think we planned this, and this isn't like the extra week. This is the week of the show.
We thought he was going to have Wi-Fi where he was. Whoops.
Didn't tell me he was going to be on vacation. I would have probably picked somebody else. One of the chat members that have been here all week of the series.
There he is. Back again.
We'll see. Hey, Bo, can you give us your 8?
Okay, I'm really sorry. So we're at my 8?
Yeah.
Don't waste your internet on talking.
Okay, I'm going to my 8. My internet's really bad. I'm sorry. My 8 is... Okay, I feel like my internet's being really bad and you guys can't even hear that.
No, you're good.
Say it.
Start talking. Can you guys even hear me right now?
Yes, go.
I'm gonna just okay.
Is this a 10-second delay or something?
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna drop him from the show tonight. This is just becoming unbearable. We'll figure out something while we work around everything. So we're gonna go to Jake's 8. If anybody's in the chat that wants to come and read Boatman's list, he can defend himself next week.
Defend his life.
But yeah, I can't do that for 14
Can I time
hours.
out? Can I time out Jake for that one?
20 comedy points.
I don't know what he said.
He said he can come back next week and defend his life.
No, I like that one.
Okay.
Yes.
That was a good one. Okay, Jake, go with your 9. Again, Boatman doesn't really have much to say anymore. So if somebody is here that wants to defend, go ahead.
So my number 8 is my favorite horror film. We're going back to Luca. It is 2018's Suspiria. Which I'm very curious to hear what Cody has to say about this one. The chat is just all about Tim. I love it.
Yeah, send Tim a link. Tim, jump on in.
Tim, you got the StreamYard. Come on in.
Don't show the list. Just let them defend the movies as they pop up.
Yes, that's what we'll do.
Yeah.
So that's what we're going to do.
So I'll be honest, I have not seen the original 77 Suspiria. I've always wanted to watch Argento's movie. I just never got around to it. So I was very looking forward to this movie when it was coming out, even though I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the original. And just knowing that he's doing something different to what, because visually Argento's movie is just so hyper with the colors and everything is just so visually stimulating. And this movie takes a different turn. This focuses on, it's basically the same plot. An American dancer goes to an dance academy in Berlin, and takes place in 1977 during Cold War, during all this hostage that's going on. And it takes place, the academy is right outside the Berlin Wall, and the academy is run by witches. That's like the basic premise of the movie. And during the movie, you see the dynamic between Tilda Swinton's character, who plays 3 different characters in this movie, but specifically Madame Blanc, and her relationship with Susie, played by Dakota Johnson, who's really fantastic in this movie. Like, I've not really been a big fan of her in other movies, but it's just she dedicates herself to this performance. She spent 2 years to learn ballet to dance for this movie. Swinton also plays a male character named Joseph. She is fantastic in this movie. As Joseph, there's certain moments where she has to be like an 80-year-old man, and there's also another character that she plays, and the whole film's about the dynamic between it's almost like there's a divide with 2 coven of witches, and they're arguing over who's the leader, and they're trying to do a sacrifice so they can rise one of the. It's really hard to explain because there's a lot of history and depth and details and about what's going on with there's this whole idea of the 3 mothers, and one of them is the one that they're trying to resurrect, and it's just such a terrifying movie, yet beautiful in its execution. There's songs in the movie done by Tom York from Radiohead. The music's really fantastic. It's not trying to be part of the era of the 70s, but it's just so there's almost a timeless quality to it. And I just really enjoy watching this movie on a technical level. The production design and the academy and the way it looks is just so stripped of any color. So during the climax, where there's so much red, you just feel the intensity of it. And it's just, really beautiful, powerful. I just like horror movies where it's not just jump scare. I've been desensitized by that. And this film goes for something different in a horror movie aspect. So I highly recommend this movie. My favorite horror movie. Love Luca. He's becoming one of my favorite directors. And this is a film, there's no male lead in this movie, no male actors. And it's filled with so much technical craft that I just love this movie a lot. Didn't spoil anything, I just into that sentence.
This is one that I didn't get to see. I entered too many trivia matches in the same week that some of the stuff just didn't come to plan. So I didn't get a chance to watch this one. I will watch it before probably the recap of the show and let you know what I thought. But anybody else? We're also going to bring in Boatman's doppelganger. He's in the back. His name is Tim Brzakala. Tim, just a heads up, you will not know his list ahead of time.
You will get them one at a time.
Pop on. So should be fun. Should be fun. Hear a lot of 4K. All right, everybody else.
I have not seen it, but I really want to. It is on my, I think it's on Prime. It's on my Prime watch list.
Yeah.
And the original, I also want to see that is on my Tubi watch list. So I have them both. Really like Tilda Swinton. I like when she does weird stuff. So I'm excited to see this. So yeah, I can't comment on the pick, but it's something I want to watch.
I haven't seen it, and I don't plan on watching it. I'm not a horror guy, and this seems like not a Koho movie.
Yeah, I figured out finally it was a horror movie, and Cody might be out too. So don't make any wishes for next week. I already watched Midsommar. I was terrified. All right, Tim, have you seen Suspiria?
I have actually. I won't say much.
What do you think, Boatman?
I think Boatman would hate this movie. To be honest, I don't know. I liked this movie. It's fucking weird. It's crazy. It's wild. Everything Jake said about it's true. But yeah, it's a crazy fucking movie. I saw this in the theater, and I haven't seen it since. So it's definitely not a number 8. Wow, but it's a good movie.
All right, Kirk, what is your?
Do we want to go back to Boatman's 8?
Oh sure, yeah. Boatman, your 8 is.
Okay, my 8 is 500 Days of Summer.
Wow.
I have seen this movie, but I won't speak for Boatman.
Speak as Tim.
You have to talk about it. You have to talk about it.
Jesus. Joseph Gordon-Levitt is in it. And so Zoe Deschanel, right? Her name is Summer. And it's 500 days of him being in love with her, and then doesn't he meet like Autumn or something? Like I don't know.
Just spoiling it all.
It's the title of the movie.
Yeah, but that's not what you know before you watch it. How much have you been drinking?
This is my first drink, actually.
Okay, well, I'm just making sure how far.
No, this is a good. This is a Boatman movie for sure. I've only seen it once. I saw it on Blu-ray, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And I liked it fine, but I haven't seen it since. But I remember liking it.
Does anybody else have 500 Days of Summer?
No.
I hated this movie. I did not like it at all. It was going one direction and then it flips, and nope. I'm out. I don't like it. I think it's stupid, especially what you just explained really pisses me off as a human being inside. I don't care that her name was Autumn. It pisses me off. I'm just so frustrated. Yeah, this is one of those movies that I wish I didn't watch this list. I don't like it. It's so like, I just think it's like in your face the entire time with this movie. Like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I hate this movie. Lasted too long with her, apparently. 500 Days is too long. What does everybody else think about 500 Days of Summer?
I've never seen it, but I've gotten everything about this movie told to me by Boatman trying to sell me on watching this movie. And, like, just from what I know from what Boatman told me when you're like, should I watch his number 8? I was like, you can probably skip it because I don't think you're going to like it. So, call it.
I have also not seen this movie, but I've known everything about this movie just because of honest trailers and their commentary about the movie and why it's not good and that ending is stupid. But yeah, I just haven't seen it. Really,
so dumb.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but it's called 500 Days of Summer, and it has Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Zoe Deschanel, and it just feels like a movie that would be all those things, and I just don't need it.
Awesome. Okay, Kirk, what is your 8?
My number 8 is Children of Men. And I believe this was the Yikes from Boatman, so Tim, you're going to talk to. Children of Men, I just love the world this movie takes place in. The premise, if you're not familiar with it, is women have stopped having babies, just worldwide infertility. The human race is on the verge of extinction, and everybody just kind of is there. Like, everybody's still going to work. It's like work-a-day dystopia. Like, everybody just going through the routine. And I love that feel of a movie. It's kind of the same as like V for Vendetta, which is on my list too. Like that English, like just kind of like middle class dystopia. I love that so much, and Clive Owen's so good in this. I think he's so underrated. I wish he would have done a lot more. He's just, I love the way it looks like. It's got that real muted color tone, just a very depressing looking movie. And then, of course, you have all the famous shots. You have the motorcycle attack. You have the escape from the compound, and then you have, which is my favorite at the end, is the gunfight going through the building to get the baby. The way those are shot, all, and I don't think they're legitimately all one take, but they're cut that way to look like it, and it's just so beautiful. It's just so captivating, and this is another one I could just a movie. It's a great story and a lot of great performances, but this is a movie I could just watch just to look at and to kind of listen to, because it's done so well that way. And I just really, really enjoy this movie every time I see it.
Yeah, that's Boatman's 90.
So I'll speak for Boatman again. Yeah, no, I love this movie. This movie, I've only seen it once, but when I saw it, it was an immediate 5 out of 5. Like, there are some movies that gradually get there to me that, like, slowly get to be the top tier movies, but this was one that I saw 2 or 3 years ago, and it immediately, one viewing was 5 out of 5. It stuck with me. I've kind of waited to watch it again just to kind of relive. I want some distance from it to kind of forget it a little bit before I watch it again. But this movie's awesome. This is my favorite of Cuarón for sure.
I really do enjoy this movie. I've seen it one time. It's not a movie that I ran back to, or it definitely deserves a rewatch because it's been a while since I've seen it. But I wasn't going to try to prioritize this because I know I've seen it, and it's really good. It's beautiful. But it's not one of those movies that you want to pop in every once in a while, like everything. Oh, I'm feeling sad. Let's pop in Children of Men. Yeah, not that. But no, great choice at number 8. What does everybody else think about Children of Men?
I haven't seen it. It's one of the big ones that people have told me is like great, and I'm like hesitant to watch it because I don't want to go in with like a bunch of hype. So I'm just kind of like waiting for the right time to watch it.
Like Lord of the Rings, I understand.
That too.
I hadn't seen it until sometime last year. I think this movie is fantastic. Just a really great visually looking movie, and just seeing like the dystopia like setting and how everything looks, like the world building. Like the camera will just like focus on like other side characters and just kind of like the disparity that they're in at the moment. The actress that played Mrs. Trunchbull in Matilda is also in this movie, and she also played Aunt Marge in the third Harry Potter movie. No spoilers on what happens to her character, but all the actors are great, and there's just a lot of really just great sequences in this movie. There's like one sequence where the one shot just goes for like 11 minutes during the ending. It's fantastic. Thank you.
Okay.
And Ferris.
Koho, what's your 8?
I hope Holtz was in the chat.
You start smiling.
I hope Holtz was in the chat. Number 8. It's one of my favorites, and it slowly, gradually got there, but it's there. My number 8 is Baby Driver. Baby Driver is a very rewatchable movie to me. It's so well made and such an entertaining story just to watch over and over of this kid with tendonitis who doesn't want to be this getaway driver, but he has no choice for cancelee number 1 as he himself is cancelee number 2. This movie does not have a cast of people that we can really talk about anymore. But I think John Hamm and Jamie Foxx, I'll focus on them, are both really good as Buddy and Bats. In their supporting sort of antagonist roles. They're both fantastic. The soundtrack, everyone talks about it. It's perfect. It's weaved so well into the story and just kind of helps convey that story a little bit on an extra level. I really like Lily James in this movie. No one really talks about Lily James in this, but I think she's really, really good as Deborah. This is honestly my favorite Edgar Wright, and I can rewatch this pretty much anytime and just get the same level of enjoyment out of it. It's super fun.
This is my 55, so I'll just quickly say, this movie is just so fantastic. I was super hyped for this movie back in 2016 when Edgar Wright announced he was making it, and I just cautiously had been waiting for it to come out, and I just think it's just one of my favorite action comedies. Like, it's not comedic, but there are moments that just make it so hilarious to watch. Like the chemistry with like the characters. The second heist, I think, is just so fantastic. You got the guy; he puts the Asian in Home Invasion, and he's got a tattoo that says "hat." Or he used to say "hey," but then I wouldn't get any jobs, so I had to get a tattoo so it says "hat." Like just the small moments like that I really like from Edgar Wright. And I mean, yeah, John Hamm is just so fantastic. Like I've seen him in other stuff, but like I just haven't seen him like really impress me. In this film, he's just just great. His character has a really good shift in the movie, and Jamie Foxx is also just really fun to watch as Pat. So he's having so much fun. I think that's why Jamie Foxx works in certain movies. Just as long as he cares about what movie he's making, he'll give just an A+ performance. And yeah, the action scenes are so brilliant. The car chases, I love that sort of stuff, and it's just a very visually, aesthetically pleasing movie.
No one else had it. Did Boatman have it?
I don't think Boatman had it. He has a really large list for me to look through, so I'm scrolling really quickly.
I don't think it matters. Okay, Baby Driver. I enjoy this movie. I like this movie. Does this community blow this movie out of proportion? Yes, 1,000%. I think it's fine. It didn't win editing. I know that's a crime against humanity, apparently. Like, it needed to win that editing Oscar so bad. But I enjoy it. It's not one that I go back to all the time, but I think it's fun. It's an enjoyable thing. So, yeah. Baby Driver. Anybody else? Kirk or Boatman? Anybody on Baby Driver?
Good, Boatman.
Okay. I didn't realize that this cast was canceled, and someone just said something, and I Googled it. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a big fucking yikes that I didn't know about. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
What happened?
Cancel El Gort.
I did not know about him being canceled.
Yeah.
And that is a big yikes. I just read an article about it, and that's oof. But I liked the movie. I saw it when it came out. I watched it again when it came out on Blu-ray, and I enjoyed it. But I'm just not the biggest Edgar Wright fan, and I think it's because I haven't seen a lot of his movies. I've only seen this and The World's End. I think that those might be. Oh, and Scott Pilgrim. Those are the only ones I've seen. So I'm not a huge fan of his in general, but I liked this one the most. I thought this movie was really fun when I saw it.
This is a movie that I've grown to like more. I haven't watched it a couple times. I like movies that use music as part, weave throughout the story. But I think the problem with this movie kind of overdoes it. I think it's over stylized. At certain points, it feels like it's just a music video, or even like there's certain parts that feel like a Blue Jeans commercial, like that part where he's getting the coffee. That feels like a commercial to me. So that's the thing that really holds me back from loving it. But a lot of the characters are good, a lot of good action scenes. It's not my top 100. It's probably my third or fourth favorite Edgar Wright.
Is it top 10 crime movie though, Kirk?
Sure, why not?
Oh wow, somebody's having a good mood. All right,
Kirk on a good day.
All right, so Boatman, what is your 7?
My 7 is one of my favorite movies. Just one of my absolute treasures. It is Almost Famous. Perfect. A movie I've never actually seen.
I love this so much. Okay.
No, I've been meaning to see this one because of Kaleb Boatman. Because he's told me how great it is. And then Koho watched it recently, I think, for the first time, and told me how great it was. And Robert also saw it recently and told me how great it was. So it's one I've been looking to get, but I just haven't watched it yet. But Boatman loves it.
Jake, you had this too, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, then I'm the only one who has this. Okay, so I had it at 84. I saw it for the first time this year, and I was just I tempered my expectations because I had Boatman and Nazario both come to me and go, "This was probably the best movie you're going to watch this month." And I was like, scary, but okay. It wasn't, but I liked it a lot. Billy Crudup is really, really good in this movie. Does not get enough credit. Kate Hudson and Frances McDormand, of course, are the two standout performances. They're both amazing as Penny Lane and then main character's mom. But yeah, I forget his name. Philip Seymour Hoffman's in this for a hot second, like 5 or 6 scenes, and he's great. He crushes it. He has a very small part, but he's very, very, very good as always. The music's solid. I think there's a reason. There's someone in the chat calls himself the Golden God because that scene is fantastic. Just stands up on the roof, just I am a Golden God, and falls straight off the roof. It's beautiful. This movie's great. It's really fun. It probably would be maybe a little lower than where I initially slotted it, but it's still like solid. I would not fault him for having it in his top 10.
Almost Famous is fantastic. I love this movie. It's just such a I don't even know how to explain it. It's one of my movies that I put on that like just calms me down almost. I just find it so like I just get lost in this movie. I think it's great. The Tiny Dancer scene is probably one of my favorite scenes in any movie. I know it's been beat to death, but I think it's great. The Golden God scene is fantastic, and I laugh every time I have to type that in the edit for Mike. That I have to type Golden God. Plus, he would never be. He doesn't seem like the guy that would stand on the and scream, "I am a Golden God." He would be very subdued about it. So, no, Almost Famous, great choice, Boatman. Possibly in my like top 30 range if we did it today. So no, good job, Boatman. You're killing it right now. What does everybody else think about Almost Famous? Jake. I know how your tag team partner feels about this. Why are you a bitch? Why didn't you put it on there?
I'm sure he doesn't have my number one on his top 100, but no. As being partners with Michael Campbell, I can't talk anything bad about this movie. Illegal Obligations. This movie is fantastic. This is a love letter to 70s music and just kind of that Americana of that time. Everything was just kind of the innocence that was there, and it's just really fantastic. Kind of road trip movie without any sense of like the struggles in a road trip movie. I really love the plane scene. I don't want to spoil it, but the whole sequence is really good, and you get to see and hear a lot of details that the band have keeping from each other, and I think that's really just perfectly done. Yeah, this is a great movie. I've only seen the director's cut, and I think it's a fantastic movie. It's great. I can't say anything bad. I'm just gonna keep saying great.
Kirk.
I've had to watch this movie a lot for trivia over the past year, and it's really grown on me a lot. I really like it. It's a lot of great performances. Billy Crudup's really good in it, and that's crazy because he's never been any good in anything else. Like, he is always the most boring thing in any movie he's in, but he's great in this. I love that whole sequence when he's at that party. Do you want to see me feed a mouse to my snake? Yes. That is so good. I love that line really is so good. And just everybody else is so good in this. Jason Lee's really good. Who plays the manager at the end? Not in the
Jimmy
end.
Fallon.
Jimmy Fallon's really good in it. Yeah, Philip Seymour Hoffman's really good. Everybody's just really great. It's just a really nice little story about this kid's life. It's not my top 100 yet, but it's a movie that could eventually get there. I don't know.
Okay. Jake, what's your next one?
My number 7. This is interesting. I talked about the sequel. The sequel's on my list lower in like the 60s, I think. And now we get to finally talk about the original. My favorite Danny Boyle film, Trainspotting. Interesting story. I hated this movie when I first saw it. Like, this is the number one movie in which I did not like it on my first viewing. I didn't really care for the characters. I didn't really get a sense of what the film was going for. And then I gave it a couple years, and I went back to it, and it just started to kind of creep in my brain and start realizing that there's a lot of great moments in this movie. And then I gave it a second rewatch, and I've just started to get what this movie was going for, and I fell in love with it. And then my third viewing, the day of T2 Trainspotting, I saw it again and just became a favorite. Like, it became an instant favorite of mine, and it's always creeped up in my rankings. I really just love the sense of the rawness of the filmmaking and the characters. Like, it's about drug users, and you really get a sense of just who they are and why they do it. What really works about this movie is that it's essentially 3 different stories: them getting out of drugs, them getting back into drugs, and then them becoming drug dealers. and you get a really sense of like what the characters are going through. Every character is just easily defined, from Renton to Begbie to Sick Boy to Spud. They all have their moments. And I'm a big fan of Danny Boyle's filmmaking and his style, hyper stylized with the colors and the way he uses wide lenses and the camera and all that sort of stuff. Really adds to the experience of being drug users. There's one sequence involving a baby on the ceiling and then turning its head, which is an eerie, nightmarish quality of Renton trying to get out of drugs. And it's just, a really entertaining movie that I love to watch, and just has also just a fantastic ending that I just appreciate, and has Underworld's Born Slippy play during the last scene, and it's just perfect, and just what the film is trying to be is just really enjoyable, and one of the best monologues ever, the whole Choose Life in the opening. And, great fucking soundtrack.
Yeah, it's safe to say my first viewing, I did not like it, and I did not go back to it. So I didn't. That might be the issue. I'm just not a big fan. I think the opening scene is really cool. I've said that before on the show. I think it's one of the probably top 10 or top 20 opening scenes in movies. I think it's great, but overall, the characters I don't care about. It's just plus personal life, probably not a great like tie-in with my life with the drugs. So it is what it is. Not my cup of tea. And by the way, Brooklyn and Robert, don't quit your day jobs because you guys are really struggling over there playing train spotting. And
they're trying to do the movie game, and none of you know how to do it.
Yeah, they're really
annoying. Yeah. It's so annoying when you're taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3 train spotting, which is not does not work.
That's too much alcohol right there.
Everybody else on train
spotting.
I have not seen it. I have not seen it yet.
I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
Good job, Boatman. You probably should if you're going to stay Warzone champion. Okay.
Yeah, it's true.
All right. We're now to Kirk.
My number 7 is Pulp Fiction,
which was, I think, in my 50s.
I'll check.
Not 63.
Okay, this was a movie.
56.
This came out at a time, mid 90s, when I was really starting to really discover film beyond stuff I'd watch as a kid, and this was a movie that really made me fall in love with what movies could be and what they could do. Just such a great story, and the way it's cut, the way it's told, the way it's just the way he plays with time. The fact that, can I spoil Pulp Fiction?
Yeah, you're fine.
The fact that you can kill off your main character but still kind of give him an upbeat ending at the same time is just such a really brilliant storytelling technique. The soundtrack is great. It's so iconic. The dialogue, it's so quotable. Royale with cheese, and this is a movie I'm always anytime anybody says they don't eat bacon, I'm like, you Jewish? And then they don't know what I'm talking about. Or people anytime anybody said in my way, step aside, Butch. And again, they usually don't take offense to it. But I just love every line of this movie. So perfectly written, so perfectly acted. The way he, Tarantino's just love of movies shows up in this. Like the dance scene at the Jackrabbit Slims is pretty much taken from a scene from 8.5. And but it's done in it's an homage. It's not like rip it off. It's like he just takes it. And again, it's that idea of taking something you love and just presenting the best possible version of it. And just the idea, that scene, he said he had all these iconic, movie characters, and then you have John Travolta up there dancing. Just really, just all the ideas he had of this movie. I think this is the peak. This is my favorite Quentin Tarantino movie of this era, when he was just doing straight crime movies. I think this is just the peak of what he did. And this is another one I could watch 2, 3, 4 times in a row and never get bored of it.
Oh God, this chat's gonna flip and make me drive off a bridge. Go ahead.
Kaleb Koho, because it's his 50.
Yeah, Pulp Fiction. Go ahead, Kaleb.
I do want to shout out Pulp Fiction, the sheep movie. I thought that one was pretty good.
Do not encourage that. Do not encourage
Well, I'm encouraging too. But anyway, this is a good movie. Yeah, I like this movie a lot. This is probably my number 4 Tarantino. But yeah, no, I really like the movie. I think Travolta and Jackson are the best parts of the movie. But yeah, it's not my favorite Tarantino. I don't watch it a lot. But whenever he has a new movie coming out, I usually watch it a couple times in preparation, and I always enjoy it. It's a great movie.
Yeah, so I had this at 63. This is one of the first films I saw when I was really like starting to get into film, and the whole idea of non-linear storytelling was like a new concept. I feel like I love The Simpsons, and I'll always love the references they have to movies and pop culture, but I'll never forget the first time I saw Pulp Fiction and just remember like certain scenes from the one Simpsons episode where Chief Wiggum hits Snake, whatever his name is, hits a snake, and then they go into the store, and then they get kidnapped and all that sort of stuff, which is from Pulp Fiction and all the references and that sort of stuff. But yeah, Pulp Fiction is just a fantastic movie. This used to be my top 10 like a couple of years ago, and it's just it went down just because of just other films. But yeah, this is just a great movie. Bruce Willis's girlfriend in the movie she's good. I just love that she just wants a belly like Madonna. And there's just great dialogue as well. Just I always remember like the Royale with cheese, and then they're talking about not eating bacon because a pig's a filthy animal. And then, what about the dog? The dog eats its own feces. Yeah, but I don't eat dogs. But would you consider that a filthy animal? It's gonna have a personality. Personality goes a long way, and all that sort of stuff. The dialogue, I love Tarantino in that, and that he just makes dialogue just so interesting to watch. So yeah, Pulp Fiction's great.
Koho, you didn't have it on there?
No, it was in my like 5 that were almost in.
Go fuck yourself. Okay.
There's a personal reason why I didn't put it on. But,
Does Marcel Wallace look like a bitch?
What? So he's great though. It's great.
You speak English? This is my favorite Tarantino. With a bullet, no questions asked. My favorite Tarantino. I remember the first time I watched it back to back. It ended, I clicked play again and went for it again. I think this movie is incredible. I think this movie is so much fun. Travolta, probably the best Travolta really has been in movies. I think he's not that great of an actor, but he's fantastic.
Phenomenon.
He's great in this movie. He's great. Samuel L. Jackson, I think, should have been. Was he? He was nominated.
He was. He left the Mountain Landau for Edward.
Yeah. I think it's just incredible in this. Just the whole story of everything and how it ends. Again, I think I have no problem. 7. It's my favorite Tarantino. So great choice on that one. Everybody talked. Oh, go ahead, Koho. Tell us why this one barely missed your list.
It missed my list barely just because personally, there's nothing wrong with this movie.
Just not Amazing Spider-Man 2.
No. Okay, so the thing is, I probably won't watch this movie again for a while because I watched it every day for about a year and a half, and it's not a movie that I need to watch for a while. I'll give my explanation off air as to why it's not on my top 100 because I don't feel good talking about it on air. But yeah, it's just not a movie that it's great. Pulp Fiction's great, and I like this movie a lot. I'll leave it at that.
Show me on the doll where Pulp Fiction hurt you.
I'm confused.
Over every day for a year.
Can we go off the air now so I can hear that story?
Seriously. Can you message the Multiplex admin chat with that story?
I got you. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Oh, okay. That was wild. I don't. Where are we at? Koho.
Yay! I'm gonna die. All right. My number 7 is my favorite Coen Brothers movie, and it got to be my favorite on many rewatches where it came down to I'd rather watch this than No Country, but I think No Country's better than this movie in terms of technical filmmaking. My number 7 is The Big Lebowski. I love this movie. I think the just characters are. This is to me the definitive Coen Brothers movie. This is what a Coen brother movie, when they are operating at full Coen capacity, can be, and you're either in on it or you're not. And I don't blame you if you're not, but I'm all in on it. I love the dude and Walter's relationship is great, and Donnie, like that trio is so great. I have a wolf pack like that. That's just like how we operate. I think Jesus Quintana is a great side character from John Turturro. I absolutely fucking hate the Jesus Rolls that came out this year. Don't watch it if you like John Turturro and you like Jesus Quintana. Do not watch the Jesus Rolls. But he's fantastic. I think the whole mystery in the story of this missing persons case is great, and how it just keeps culminating into him running into more weird characters and different corners of LA that all sort of converge in a way you wouldn't expect. I love Philip Seymour Hoffman in this movie as the Big Lebowski's assistant. He's hilarious as the sort of off his rocker, off kilter assistant that like you can tell there's not something's wrong with Brandt. There's something not all there with Brandt, and Hoffman conveys that really well. I think my favorite part of this movie is just Walter. John Goodman is my favorite part of the movie. I relate to I just love watching him in every scene. Just this isn't Nom, Smokey. This is bowling. There are rules. To me, it's endlessly quotable. It's a movie I will never hesitate to watch. I love The Big Lebowski.
So yeah, this was my 29, I believe. Yeah. 29. This is just a fantastic comedy. This has grown for me over the years. It's slowly dwindled because of a former team partner that I used to be associated with. But other than that, this is just perfect situational humor of just what the hell is going on. Like the characters have no idea what to do, and it just kind of like resolves itself at the end. But the sequences and the moments is just what makes this movie. Like I like the dialogue and the amount of times they say dude and man and all that sort of stuff is just the film knows what it's trying to be. Like it has its own world, and with the dialogue it really just adds to that aspect. I think Philip Seymour Hoffman gives like one of the best performances, just like pathetic assistant who just has no identity. He's really great in the movie. I'm trying to think of other when they go to see when they go to Larry and they try to get what happened to the money, and he got these homework. Is this your homework, Larry? And he just doesn't say anything, and then they go when they smash a car, turns it was the neighbor's car. That's shit like that. You got the nihilist, and I think they have some great moments. A great dream sequence in the movie where he imagines himself in like the star of a porno, and then Saddam Hussein makes an appearance. All the comedy's great. I really like it. Cody, you can say whatever you want to say, but this is funny. And I'll never stop laughing at Walter accidentally blowing ashes into the dude's face. That was always funny to me.
Kirk, you didn't have it, correct? No, I don't find this movie funny at all. I find this movie annoying. I don't like it at all. The only thing I ever get brought up that I'm Donnie when somebody steps over the line, which is fine. That's how I feel during this movie watching it. I'm just not a Coen Brothers fan, and when it boils down to it, I like what I like of Coen's, but the rest of it I can just leave. And this one is at a level that is just insane that people find just so hilarious. Like I think Jeff Bridges, like he does a good job as the dude, but like I don't give a fuck about the dude. So at that point, I don't care about the movie. Kirk and
Caleb.
Oh gosh, you have this no country over. Okay, whatever. Tim and Boatman or Kirk.
Tim and Boatman. Kirk's no longer here.
I really need to revisit this movie. I saw it once when it came out. Would it come out like 97, 98? 98. I saw it and I enjoyed it. I was like, oh, that was a fun little movie. And I kind of just forgot about it. Not in a bad way. It just, didn't stick with me. And then like a couple years later, I had a friend tell me like Big Lebowski is my favorite movie. And I was like, really, the Big Lebowski? And then slowly there was like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, like the whole world's favorite movie became Big Lebowski. And I was like, what is this? This is crazy. So I just really didn't get it. So maybe I need to go back. I haven't watched it since it came out. Maybe there's something I missed. I need to go back and check it out. But I really like the three of them together. The dynamic, that's what I really remember about it. especially Goodman and Buscemi. I really enjoyed that. But yeah, I'm not going to badmouth because it's been over 20 years since I've seen it, and if I watch it today, I'd probably see it through very different eyes. But yeah, as of right now, I just really don't understand all the love for it.
Same here. I saw it when I was like 16, and I was like, okay, cool. I don't really like this movie. I bet if I watched it now, I might think different, but I wasn't here for the No Country for Old Men talk. I like that movie a lot. But again, I'm with Cody. We're like, Coen brothers are really hit or miss for me. This is just one that didn't hit, but I don't know. Maybe I might like it more now.
So you saw it when you were 16? So that was like a year ago, Boatman?
Yes.
That's pretty good.
You didn't say sorry at the end of that, so I don't believe you.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
All right. Koho. No, that was Koho.
That was me.
Bowman, you're 6.
All right. My 6 is definitely a movie I've seen. Koho, is it a movie Yes, it is a movie I've seen, and I love this. This is the way back. This is a really great movie. It has Sam Rockwell, one of my favorite actors. He's great in the movie, but it's a kid who's spending the summer with his mom, and I don't remember if it's stepdad or boyfriend. Mom's boyfriend, who's Steve Carell. I believe the mom is Toni Collette. It's a great cast, and he goes and like kind of finds himself at the water park, working at the water park over the summer. This movie's super, super sweet. This was one of the first coming of age movies I remember seeing in the theater, being like, "Oh, this is a really great movie." And then I took my high school girlfriend to go see it. So like I went back and watched a lot, bought it on Blu-ray. This movie's awesome. Well, yeah, take a shot. No, this movie's really, really fun, and Sam Rockwell's great in it. This was one of the first like movies I remember being like, "Who is that?" And it was Sam Rockwell. And yeah, I really like this movie quite a bit. So good job, Boatman. I mean me.
Anybody else have the way back? No? Okay. So this was like, it was my 5th movie that I watched this year. And I absolutely love this movie. I think this movie is incredible. It is funny and it is sad. And I've never wanted to punch Steve Carell in the face more in a movie. And just like the relationship with like a broken home, basically, and like the parents sometimes move on, but the kids don't, and you get to see that through him pretty much. And he finds like a father figure that accepts him and wants to be around him. And he finds this water park thing, and it's just a really sweet movie. If you haven't seen it, I would definitely check it out. I think this movie is really, really good. Anybody else on way back?
Yeah, I watched this for the first time, I think within the past year, on Boatman's recommendation to a few other people, and I really liked it. What sold me right off the bat is when first 5 seconds of the movie, you realize why it's called The Way Back, and I love that so much because I remember when I was a kid, we had a station wagon and we had The Way Back, and that City to The Way Back is a very specific feeling, and it's such a great metaphor for where he's at in life. And I won't spoil anything, but and I just love that view of growing up through his eyes. Sam Rockwell is amazing in this. I'm very much on the Boatman train, where Sam Rockwell is pretty much the best thing of anything he's in. He's so good in this. And if a movie can make you hate Steve Carell, they've accomplished something, because that's hard to do. And he sucks in this movie. And and I just love that. I love that they were able to take the idea of taking Steve Carell and doing that with him. Who'd think to do that? But they did it. Yeah. So I mean, this is really solid. Again, this is one I've only seen once, but it could very much move up my rankings on multiple views.
You also just real quick on it. When you think about it with Steve Carell and the cast in it, you think Steve Carell's going to be the funny guy, and that first line of dialogue that he says in that movie is like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate? I'd give you a 3, and you're like, what is wrong with you? By the way, you just blew Barr's mind that's what the title reference. So that's fine. Is the way to think of the Carell?
Okay. Sam Rockwell is fantastic in this movie. I think this is my favorite performance that he's given. Not his best because 3 Billboards exists. But the way back, his performance is great as Owen. He's so lovable. You just love him. And then when he and Carell have their scene is great. Carell's great. I just fucking hate that guy. I love Allison Janney. Allison Janney in this movie is excellent. And the kid, I don't remember her or the name of the guy who plays her kid, but he's just pipe down, woman. What did you say to me? It's so great. Boatman's top 2 people are Rockwell and Janney, so putting them together in the movie is screwed the best parts. I don't blame him. Why this is top 10. This is a very Boatman movie, and I really like this movie too. Just not quite top 100 for me.
I haven't seen it. The only 2 things I know about this movie is Anna Sophia Robb's in it, and she played Violet Beauregard in the best Charlie and the Chocolate Factory film. And the one scene that's used in the end. We'll talk about that later. And the one scene that's used in the end video of Your Sons.
We'll talk about that later.
Oh my god.
Okay.
I'm kidding. It's not in my top 10. I'm just.
I was about to just lose my mind. No, that movie's incredible. Thanks, Tim Voodoo, for letting me see it finally. Go ahead. Jake. Shit, this whole order and everything is fucking.
It's all very confusing. So my number 6. I don't really get a chance to talk about this movie. Little unknown kind of film. It is Gus Van Sant's Elephant, which I'm sure most people didn't even know this was a movie. This is the best Michael Haneke film that Michael Haneke didn't make. This film is basically a response to the Columbine shooting of '99. I remember hearing a lot about it in high school, and we watched Bowling for Columbine about the situation that happens. And this film is basically a school shooting movie, but instead of focusing on the shooting, it focuses on before the accident and focuses on the characters that get involved. The camera work is so precise and just follows the characters from behind, and it has a very third-person narrative of the movie. Van Sant was getting into video games at the time, and the one thing he got away from Tomb Raider was the way the camera is behind Lara Croft and the third-person perspective. So he implemented that into Elephant, and the way it just follows these characters as they go from one class to another, when they play sports or when they do other stuff at school, and the dialogue and all the actors in the movie aren't actors. They just got people from the school, and it just feels so minimal and realistic in the situation. The only 2 people of note really is one of the main characters played Shia LaBeouf's best friend in the first Transformers film, and the other, one of the school shooters, played the bully in Gilbert Taylor. But other than that, no one else has done anything. And I just really like the perspective, because it focuses on one character and then it'll go back to another character at the beginning, and I have no idea what that reference is, but okay, I get it now. And then in the last 10 minutes, it focuses on the school shooting, and then it focuses on on everyone else, and then in the last 30 minutes, it focuses on the shooters and just seeing what led them to the situation that they are. Was it bullying? Was it video games? Was it just owning guns? Was it violence in just real life? What was the situation? It doesn't tell you. It just leaves everything ambiguous and kind of lets you decide for yourselves. And I really think this is just a masterclass of filmmaking, and it won the Palme d'Or for a reason. I think this is a fantastic movie. I recommend to everyone.
Didn't see this one.
I kind of figured.
And I'm so hesitant watching anything on Jake's list, because I'm like, I don't know if I'm supposed to watch it or not, because most of these are not my movies. It sounds interesting. I haven't heard Drillbit Taylor in a long time, so thanks for bringing that movie back to prominent. I had to look that up for a second. What does everybody else think about Elephant? I think it's going to be mainly haven't seen it, but we'll see.
Haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
I have seen. I think I caught the last 10 minutes of this on cable one time, and I wanted to go back and see the whole thing. I've always wanted to see it, because just like Jake said, the whole I've heard it's very much true to life, kind of like a You Are There situation for the Columbine, and I mean it sounds like a really hard watch, but also something I'd like to see. So yeah, it's on my list, but I haven't got to it yet.
Listen, Kirk. When Kirk takes us over next year, he'll be the most diligent host ever. He'll see everybody. So that's that's what we're all looking forward to next year. Okay, we're on to Kirk. What's your 6?
My number 6 is Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah, that was my 51.
Then I think did Boatman have it? I think
Boatman has it. I think.
Yeah. I think I'm the other one.
I'll start talking while you look that up. Yeah, this is such a good movie. This is one of those ones, like a lot of classic movies, when you go back after a long time, you've spent your whole life hearing about it, and you go and you watch it, you're like, it doesn't live up to the hype. This one so did. I mean, I think this is the few movies that exceeded the hype. And it was, as much as I've been sold on this movie, it was even better. I just love the story. The character of Nora Desmond is so fascinating. Just like that kind of, she's just that person out of place at a time, completely unaware of how life is going on. She's like a ghost that haunts this movie. And she's such a... just the way she plays is so good. She's so menacing and so pathetic at the same time. And I wish Boatman was here, because I had planned to address something with him. Boatman's complaint about this movie always is the narration. And last time I watched, I paid specific attention to narration, because I want to talk to Boatman about it. I don't mind it, because this movie is essentially a ghost story. I'm not spoiling anything. When I tell you that the main character is dead, the first thing you see in the movie is the main character lying face down on a pole, and he's telling the story. And again, like I said, Nora Desmond is haunting her house. She's haunting his life, and he's kind of haunting this whole movie. And the narration is him telling the story, because throughout the story, you see how lonely he is and how separate he is from everything. He doesn't have anybody, so he's inside his own head. He's the only person he has to talk to. So that's why I think the narration actually adds to it. But man, Wilder can make a movie. This is so good. That one scene where they're in her movie theater in her house, and you're watching them watch the movie, and the lights come out of the back, and they're smoking, and the smoke is just going up. That is probably my single favorite shot in a movie ever. It's just so beautiful. I could just pause that and stare at it forever. Yeah, this is definitely my favorite Wilder, and it's another one I could watch. It's not that long. It's you watch it, and you're just through it, and I can go back and watch it again. It's so good.
Jake, did you have this one?
I did not have it.
Okay, yeah, no, Boatman does not have it, so then I'm the only one. Sunset Boulevard fucking slaps. I saw this for the first time this year because Cody started watching much Wilders, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to follow him on his train, and I only got a couple in, and then I had to start watching shit for trivia. But I fucking love every Wilder movie I've seen this year, for the most part. But this one is beautiful. This was probably the definition of, like, this is my favorite Wilder, because it's Wilder made a movie for me. Like, the main character is a writer in, like, older Hollywood, and dealing with like faded movie stars. It's like perfect for me. Plus it's all got this sort of mystery to unveil throughout the whole thing. It's like, I love it. I don't like narration in movies. Like, I don't think it's a good, like, usually it's not a good construct. And I think Wilder fucking uses it magnificently. I think normally, like, third person narration is lazy. I can't imagine this movie without it. It's used magnificently. Gloria Swanson, I don't care what anyone says on their dumbass letterbox reviews. Gloria Swanson's fucking amazing. She's like the best performance in this movie. She kills it. She should have won the Oscar for it. And William Holden is killing it. I love William Holden in this movie. Nancy, like, there's nothing in this movie that I can like actually critique and say is bad. I think this is pretty much a perfect movie. And every time I watch this movie, it's going to keep going up. Like, one watch, it was in my top 50. Second watch, this will probably be a top 15. Third watch, this will probably, like, every time I watch this is going to get closer to being my favorite movie ever made. But I love this movie.
Yeah, so it's no secret with Wilder. Now I am a huge fan. And Sunset Boulevard is brilliant. This is a perfect, like, I expect this to be in the top 5 of Koho's movies at one point, because this movie is perfectly made for Koho. It's got the, like, inner workings of Hollywood. again, I'll stand by it. Wilder is one of the best. He, in my eyes, is probably one of the best working directors that has ever worked, because of his bounce between genres and what he was able to accomplish, and never really make the same movie. With this one, it's something just insane to me, is because I hate when somebody says she's cartoonish and she's over the top. That's the point of Sunset Boulevard. Like, she's supposed to be so like blinded by everything, and like I thought I wouldn't like this movie because the quote has been ruined for me for so long, but it adds so much more when you hear it the first time with watching her entire descend into madness. It is crazy where she's thinking she's going off to like go into her next picture when she's actually going off to jail. Like, it's incredible. It's incredible. I absolutely think this movie will climb on my list. This movie is incredible.
I just found the review that Koho's referring to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's rough.
Yep.
Well, Bowman's actually gonna, after this, is gonna have to drop. I have a replacement. Don't everybody worry. But you can go ahead and talk.
Well, I was gonna say I haven't seen this movie, but I think there's another Kaleb Boatman who maybe would have more to say. I don't know. I'm getting a shake that maybe the other Kaleb Boatman doesn't know. Oh, they have not seen it either. But that's okay. I'm gonna peace out. Kaleb Boatman 2 can come in. You guys have a fun rest of the show. I'll be watching from
Thanks,
the
Boatman.
other room. See ya.
Enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Welcome to I'm Not There, but with Kaleb Boatman. Kaleb Boatman number 3.
And like, hey, by the way, you can't use the last hour of this show as an M-ranked episode. Sorry. Sorry. So, Jake, go ahead and talk about Sunset Boulevard.
This is the first Billy Wilder film I saw a number of years ago when I was getting into movies about movies. I think this movie's fantastic. The performances are great. I just really love the situation that William Holden has found himself in. Like, it's such a fantasy kind of story, and the relationship between him and Swanson is so good. They both should have won Oscars, honestly. This film's fantastic. I'm slowly getting into more Billy Wilder films this year, and I will probably definitely let Cody know which ones I like and which ones I haven't. But yeah, this is a great one.
All right. So we're going to kick it off. Koho, what's your 5?
We're talking about it, baby. Number 6. We've yiked it a couple times. It's The Dark Knight. This movie, every time I watch it, I love it even more. There's little things. I'm just sitting here like I don't know what I can say that hasn't already been said about The Dark Knight at this point, but I will do my best.
In this community, no.
It's my favorite Nolan movie. I think he directs this extremely well. I think it's just a really fun time. The opening scene is fantastic. Just the opening heist. Every time there's something different that you can find and love about this movie. I think one of my favorite lines that I just noticed the last time was Aaron Eckhart when he's Harvey Dent, and it's like hostile. I'll show you hostile. He takes the gun from him. He's like 44 caliber, made in China. If you want to kill a public servant, Mr. Maroney, I suggest you buy American. It's like great. This movie is really well done all the way through. Heath Ledger's Joker's the best movie villain of all time. I think his performance is spot on. It's terrifying. And it will never be replicated again. Just to catch lightning in a bottle like that was fantastic. This movie is excellent, and I can watch this movie forever and love it.
Who else had The Dark Knight?
I had this at 88. This is probably my favorite Nolan. It's either 1 or 2. It's my favorite, definitely my favorite Joker performance, my favorite comic book villain. He captured. Now, I mean, they took some liberties and did some things with different things with the Joker, but the Joker is my favorite, probably like my favorite character in all of fiction. I just love that character, and they captured the spirit of who that character is so well. I remember the first time I watched this. Every time he shows up on screen, you're nervous because you don't know what he's going to do next, and that's exactly how you should feel when you're watching the Joker. They just got his personality and his motivation so right. I love the interaction between him and Two-Face. I love the Batman comics. I love the Batman's Rogue Gallery. And the thing I love about that is how different all the characters are and how they have different motivations and different ideas of how things should be. And that scene of the two of them when he comes and sneaks in the hospital room is so fantastic. That's something right off a comic book page, just how Two-Face and the Joker, the different ways they see the world. Is just so fantastic. So I love that. I mean, again, it's been said a million times, but it's one of those movies where this is a great movie when Joker's on the screen, it's here. When he's not on the screen, it's probably down around here somewhere. That's my only knock against it, but it's still really fantastic.
Anybody else have Joker and Dark Knight? It doesn't matter. I'll talk about it. So, this is a great Joker film. It's just not a great Batman film, is what I hear forever in this community. I love this movie. Favorite Nolan. Pump the brakes, people. Pump the brakes. Batman Begins I like more. I will always like Batman Begins more. I think Batman's like the most true Batman story that we've ever gotten on screen. I get it, the third act people don't like, but this one's great because of Heath Ledger's performance. But it's kind of like that movie when Heath Ledger's on, I really, really enjoy this movie. But when he's off screen, I'm wanting to see more Heath Ledger, more Joker. And I mean that just shows how great of a performance he does. But I love the intrigue. I love I'm not the biggest fan of Two-Face in this movie. I think he's good at moments, but I think he's weak also. But no, this movie's good. Plus, this one will always hurt because it's in the trilogy, and I don't like the third film. So it's like I wish I could have saw what the conclusion. But 6, it's a little high, but you run Fandom, so makes sense. Everybody else on the Dark Knight, I'll let Boatman go last.
Well, Boatman did have this, I will say. But
well, I'll let him go
I
last.
should go last then. Oh wait, really?
Yeah.
So what happened?
Jake talks, and then you can talk. You're the Batman guy.
You haven't figured out how this works yet, Boatman? Jeez, it's been 10 episodes.
Jesus, Boatman, God.
So, you know how certain films in this community get ruined? This film is ruined for me because of just the real life, just the world we live in. I don't care for this movie. I think this is one of the most overrated films of all time. I'm being 100% honest, honestly. I just don't. I've never really cared for The Dark Knight. Everyone has talked insane about this movie, and I just never saw it the same way that people say Spider-Man is much better. I will defend that.
Oh my God!
There's violence and shit. This film has no violence. You don't even get to see someone's throat get slit.
Go watch a fucking tire run someone's head over. Jesus Christ.
That's amazing. That is amazing. You're just giving me reasons why that movie is better than Dark Knight. I just don't care for what's going on because I just don't really find this movie interesting. And everyone else, it's a good movie, but I just don't think it's a great movie. And there's just nothing that really I see goes beyond what is I see in a movie like this, and it just doesn't do anything interesting. I just don't like the ending with the Joker. I don't really care for Two-Face. I mean, I get what they're doing with Two-Face, and I think that's cool, but I just don't really care. I just don't like it as much as everyone else.
Oh gosh, you're about to turn this whole chat against everybody. Go ahead, Bowman.
I used to like this guy. He used to be a cool guy, and now he gives me this shit. This movie's great, but yeah. 2 things. Best Nolan? No.
Why?
It's not even best Batman movie that Nolan made. Batman Begins is the best Batman movie that Nolan
Batman
made.
Begins is the best Nolan Batman film.
Yes. And Dark Knight, actually, I think is pretty close. I don't feel that Joker here, rest of the movie here, think that you're mentioning it because you're all pretty insane. The movie's great, solid all the way through. The way the Joker ends the way it did is because he wanted to actually keep the Joker story going, and so he wasn't prepared to just abruptly end it that way. Sadly, Heath Ledger died. His performance is amazing. Way better than Joaquin Phoenix. I would say that. Top 10? Top 20 maybe? More fair.
All right, well, Boatman, can you tell us what your 5 is?
My 5 is... Did I stay confused? Fucking perfect. I don't know why I put at number 5 best of all time the movie I like the least from Richard Linklater, but I did that. There are so many other things that could be here. The Before Sunset trilogy, Before Sunrise, Before Midnight, they're all better. I like Gurney better than this, but somehow this is here. So great. I love this.
I literally just realized I was looking at these lists all week long, and I was like, "Oh, we won't have any problem with Boatman's list," and then I forgot who's on the panel. This is gonna be rough. Anybody else have Dazed and Confused?
No.
I love Dazed and Confused. I think Dazed and Confused is a really fun movie. I enjoy it throughout. I like Everybody Wants Some More, but Dazed and Confused is really, really good. I think it's funny. I know it hasn't aged the best, but again, I don't care. I still think it's funny. I still enjoy the movie for what it is. I will let Koho and then I'll let Jake go, and then I'll save Kirk for last and watch Paul Oyama flip out wherever he is. I don't even see Paul. He might not even be watching live tonight. So,
good.
Go ahead.
I've never seen this movie.
I'm not shocked. You probably
I hadn't seen this film until last year. I like Everybody Wants Some More. I just don't really care for this movie on the same level as a lot of people. Same with Dark Knight. It's just not a movie for me. I don't really care for the characters and the situations that's going on. I think Everybody Wants Some. I get more with what that movie's going for, and I just really love that movie more. And Dazed and Confused is fine. It's just just has some good moments, but just I like other Linklater films more.
Yeah. Is it my turn? Yeah, I hate this movie. This movie sucks so bad. I've always said about it, when the statutory rapist is your most likable character, your movie has problems. I do not connect to anyone in this movie. The people I'm not supposed to like, I don't like. The people I'm supposed to like, I do not like. There's nothing. I mean, it's just all so shallow. It's just like every stereotypical high school movie thing. I do like Everybody Wants Some More. I don't like that movie. But at least there are characters and moments in that movie that entertain me, which Dazed and Confused does not have. Really good soundtrack, wasted on a garbage movie.
Ouch. Okay. Jake, what is your 5?
We were talking about Nolan earlier, and I think this is the best Nolan film, hands down. I will talk about it. It is Memento. I think it was Yikes by someone.
I'm on the case. Let me see.
Well,
yeah,
you definitely Yikes.
That is Boatman 65.
Yeah. So this is. I love Nolan. He's one of my favorite filmmakers. Despite not liking The Dark Knight. This is the reason why Nolan is such an interesting and a favorite filmmaker of mine, is the way that he's able to play with the structure of a film and time. And this film is about a man who's trying to avenge the death of his wife by killing a person who raped and murdered her. And the problem is that during the incident, he has short-term memory loss. So he cannot make new memories and interrogate amnesia. And he's being a detective, but he just can't remember new memories. So he has to tattoo details and photographs and all that sort of stuff. And the way the timeline of this movie, the linear storytelling, is color sequences going backwards in time, and interlaced with those is black and white sequences going forward. So both of those timelines meet at the end of the movie, and it all makes sense of what's going on. Guy Pearce is just fantastic as Leonard Shelby. He's such a unique character. He's one of my favorite characters. I love character studies, and he's one of the best. And just the sense that this film's essentially about gaslighting. People gaslighting you, and yourself gaslighting yourself. And just kind of the idea and the way memories work. I mean, it can change the shape of a building, it can change the size of a car, and how unreliable memories can be. And there's the whole unreliable narrator aspect of the movie. It's a really good crime movie. The way it works with the non-linear story is that a timeline is that you don't know what's going on, just like Leonard Shelby when the next scene happens. So when you see something happen, you're like, okay, so I get what's happening, and then the next scene before that sequence happens, and you're like, oh, so there's a shift in what's going on with certain characters. Carrie-Anne Moss and Joe Pantoliano are great supporting characters. Pantoliano especially, he's just having he just almost crosses the line between playing it really hammy and cheesy. He never goes too far in that aspect, and this film's just really fantastic. Amazing twist ending that I just go back to all the time, and the Sammy Jenkins story is also really fascinating and adds to the whole idea of you just can't trust anyone, like you don't know what's going on in that memory. You can't even trust yourself at that point, and I think this is a fantastic movie, Nolan's best, and a film that requires multiple viewings.
Go ahead, Boatman.
I think this movie is pretty good. I think it was very original for its time. I don't know how much gimmick the movie has aged, but if I have to put it on the top of the Christopher Nolan films, I would say it's probably going to be top 5. It wouldn't be number 1. That's a little high, but I actually like the way it introduced a new way to do a movie, because it did bring in a new way to tell a story by doing it this way. I actually, if by personal taste, I would prefer Irreversible, that was made 2 years later, that uses as the same style of going backwards in time with the story. But yeah, actually, pretty good movie. A little overhyped because of it made people pay attention to Christopher Nolan. So it gets a lot of bonus points for that, but he actually has become a better director later in his career.
I have never watched the film. I had to read Jonathan Nolan's short story for school. And Memento Mori is fine. So
Cody's also here.
In the top 5, and it's still happening.
Sorry, I thought that go ahead, Cody.
It's really bad when somebody's been here 63 episodes, more episodes than I have attended. Doesn't know how the show works. Memento's a one-time view. I've seen it once. I probably need to rewatch it. I liked it when I saw it. I think it's one that does need more watches. Again, I spent a lot of time watching Lion King growing up over and over again, and stopped watching films. So I'm trying to play catch up in life here. So, Memento's one of those. There's one-time view and then back to Lion King. So now I'm trying to put it on the back burner. So good choice. Koho said what he needed to. So Kirk, anything on you?
Yeah, I think the first time I made my top 100 list was about 2 or 3 years ago, and Memento I think was on it maybe the 80s, 90s, and it's kind of slipped off just because it's been so long since I've seen it. I really like this movie.
Yes.
I love the fact that you're put in his situation, and you have to figure it out, and you have to go back and rewatch it, and you get rewarded for rewatching it. I said, oh yeah, okay, now I get it. One of my biggest pet peeves with movies is exposition and having to sit through explanations. I love when movies just don't give you any, kind of just throw you the wolves and make you figure it out. And this movie does that maybe better than any other. I don't think it's the best Nolan. I will accept someone believing it's the best Nolan because it is really good.
All right. Kirk, what's your 5?
My number 5 is The Godfather, Part 2.
Oh.
Will you accept The Godfather 2?
I meant to make that joke and I forgot. Dang it.
It's funny. It's funny that you said Part 2. Anyways, continue on and say your piece of. No one else had God. Did anybody else have Godfather Part 2? Yikes!
Well, I'm looking to see if it went at it.
Jake, did you? Koho didn't.
I don't have this. No.
Yeah,
no, Boatman does not have The Godfather Part 2.
Just for lightning to strike twice in this movie and just be so good again. I love everything about this movie. The opening scene, I love the opening of this movie. I love how it's just a mirror image of the opening of the first movie. You know, the first movie, you have the wedding scene. They're surrounded by friends and family. It's very Italian. Everybody's happy. Everybody's getting along. Then you come here. They're surrounded by strangers to begin this movie. It's very waspy. They don't know anybody. Everybody's miserable. I love that. It just sets the tone for the entire movie and how far off Michael Corleone has gotten from where he wanted to take the family. Then you bring in Frank Pentangelis, who I think might be my favorite character in this movie. Michael Vigazzo just gives such a great performance. I see him as like a ghost that's haunting Michael Corleone from his past, from that old world that he's trying to get away from, and he keeps pulling him back in. Lee Strasberg as Hyman Roth is just a great villain, like very understated villain, just like this little like shriveled man who's so dangerous and threatening. And then you have, the two different storylines. You have De Niro telling the story of young Vito Corleone. And I think it's hard to say because in the past I've always liked that part of the movie better. The flashbacks and just De Niro and telling his story and seeing where Corleone comes from, just seeing him very young, I'm assuming, but still has that tendency. You see him when he kills the Black Hand, what he's capable of, what he becomes, and watching his transformation. As basically you see his rise as you see Michael's fall, and I really love the way that's paced, the way that's set up. But like I said, I used to like that more. Now I think I like the Michael stuff better, just because it's so hard to watch because the first movie you're just rooting for this guy and you want to see him succeed. He's talking about what he wants to do, and he just completely screwed it up. And he just keeps getting digger, and he's almost embraced everything that he hates about this world, and he's become that. Again, just another fantastic. I mean, I think I don't know if there's any original score to this or not. There probably is, but a lot of the same themes as the first movie, and just really good. I love where they take Fredo. John Cazel's so good in this, taking his character in a completely different direction, and this is just I love Godfather 2.
Not saying you will, but in case it does, I'm going to save what I need to say for later if it does happen to come on. If it doesn't, F my life. I don't know. Everybody else in Godfather Part 2?
I haven't seen it. I've only seen the first Godfather.
I actually like this movie very much. I do think that it's a little overstuffed, and it's not because of the length, because I don't mind the length when I am really into the movie, which I am in this one. But I do find the Michael story a lot more engrossing than the flashbacks. Even though the flashbacks are good, I think I would have personally preferred if they focused the whole movie on Michael and just give you more detail, more stuff about his fall. And you could have saved the Robert De Niro section for a different film. Other than that, this movie is pretty perfect. It's not as good as the first one. It's better than the third one. That's about it.
I used to be on the inclination that Part 2 was better than the first one, and I guess we'll talk about the first one later, I'm hoping. I think Part 2 is a fantastic movie. I mean, if we were doing top 100 greatest films of all time, then Part 2 would absolutely make it, but this is favorite films. I'm just defending myself why I didn't make my top 100. If I watch this again, it may, we'll see. My only problem with this movie is that it's a little too long for my liking. There's a little too much in when they go to Cuba. There's pivotal moments in that sequence, but it's just some of it goes a little long for my liking. I prefer young Vito to young Vito's rise to Michael's fall. Like you're talking about the opening, Kirk, and how that parallels with the first one, but I really love the opening with young Vito going to America. That whole stuff is so fantastic, and that just kind of like plays from the first line of the first one when he says, "I believe in America," and just immigrants going to America to start a life. I just like that rise story, just more personally speaking. But yeah, this is a fantastic movie.
Okay, Koho, what's your 5?
My number 5 is a movie that was yikesed from earlier from Kirk. It's called Sing Street. I really like Sing Street. It would actually probably be a little bit lower on my list thinking about it in retrospect, but I still really love this movie. I think it's a really sweet movie. This is just coming of age story in Ireland in the 80s with this guy who literally the most simple premise. Guy meets girl. Guy likes girl. Guy starts band to impress girl. And turns out that band's actually really good. The songs are all really great. It's got a great soundtrack. I love the song Up so much. And the bedroom mix of it is heartbreaking every time. Jack Rayner is fantastic in this movie as his brother. I think he's amazing, and I think this is my favorite Lucy Boynton performance. This is like the movie that really announced her. She's amazing in this movie. Probably should have been nominated. But yeah, on the whole, Sing Street's just a really great movie. I can watch this movie forever. It's brilliant.
Yeah, I had this, and I'm looking to see what my number was. What, I really have it that low? I don't know. I can't find it. Koho, maybe you can while
I got you.
But yeah, I really, really like this movie. I'm not a big coming of age fan, but this is coming of age done right. 81. Okay. All these characters are so real and so grounded. Again, this is another one of those movies where you can just relate to everybody. I love the family dynamic, the older brother and his relationship with the siblings. I love the relationship with the parents and them watching that scene where they're on the steps watching her mom watch the sunset, watching the mom watch the sunset and just talking about her. That's such a real family. And the music is so good. My one little nitpick about it is how fast they become really, really good musicians is kind of unrealistic, but the rest of the movie is just so great. I love every character in this movie. It's just so much fun watching them develop, and I love how each song they sing kind of reflects a different style of 80s music, and it reflects them growing as artists. So yeah, I love Koho. What's the name of the kid that raises the rabbits? What's that character's name? Do you remember?
That's Amish.
Amish. I love Amish. He's so great. Just the friendships between these characters. Like Amish is just so dependable. He's like, yeah, you want to write a song? Yeah, definitely. Let's do it. Yeah, it's just a really fun movie to watch. A lot of great characters, great music. Yeah, I just love it.
Overrated. It's up there with Lady Bird and all that stuff. I don't cool. It's fine. It's an okay coming of age movie. But the hype that it got when it released was stupid. Stupid. The amount of people that are like, you gotta see Sing Street. I watched Sing Street. I was like, I don't understand why you love Sing Street. Okay. I'm surprised Kirk likes it, but then when you said it's 80s music, well, that makes sense. Kirk's grew up around the 80s type. That makes perfect sense. Us, not so much. But Koho liking it as much as he does annoys me. Because there's better coming of age movies out there. Music's fine. I think the music's okay at best for me. Everybody, your eyes are going to get stuck that way. Your eyes are going to get stuck. Yeah, it's Matt at best. Cody is not wrong, Barr. But welcome to Your List Sucks. That's the show that I'm always right. The other two on Sing Street.
Haven't seen it.
What are you clapping for then? You don't know you like it.
You'll hate it.
He's pandering because he knows he's last.
I really like this movie. I can totally understand the overhype argument because it has made me reject other films, but I feel like at some point you have to learn to separate the hype from the film, even if it takes a couple of years later. Sing Street is a really sweet little movie with great fucking music. Green for You is probably the best thing that I like from that soundtrack. And Lucy Boynton alone, it's so damn lovable and so great in this role that it makes me just becoming an immediate fan of her. I like her so much, I kind of gave Bohemian Rhapsody more credit than it should just because she was so good in it. But it still sucked. So even she couldn't save it. Other than that, Sing Street, yeah, really, really sweet, really good movie. Fucking high though.
Bohemian Rhapsody's good.
All right, Bowman, you're 4.
Boom, give it to me.
You looking for this?
Hell yeah! Wes Anderson! I like Royal Tenenbaums. I'm not sure it's the best movie from Wes Anderson. For a while, people called it the most accessible one, which fair, mainly because of the star power. At least it's better than Grand Budapest Hotel, which now is apparently the accessible one. Whatever. This movie is pretty great. It's the story of the Tenenbaum family that was abandoned by their father, played by Gene Hackman, and how they were all special little kids in different ways, be it sports, playwriting, or business, and how they grew up into dysfunctional adults and just blame it on their father because of his absence. And then finally, when he's at the end of his life, how he wants to go back and be a family again when nobody wants him back. It's full of Wes Anderson quirkiness and whimsy. It's a really touching story, and it's actually very, very, very sweet overall. I would say that's probably this one or Rushmore would be the ones I recommend people watch first, if as kind of an entry point for Wes Anderson. If you want to try it, I know it's not for everybody. It's not for Cody, most def. But if you want to watch just one movie from Wes Anderson, go see The Life Aquatic. That was better.
Better Wes Anderson movie, and then you have this one at 4, Boatman.
I think someone else has a...
I had it at 54. Yeah, I think this is the most accessible Wes Anderson because it's the most grounded. I mean, it has all the Wes Anderson quirkiness, but still very much a human drama. At least, in the Wes Anderson style. In his hands, the story becomes kind of like a fairy tale. But it's just such a great story. I love Alec Baldwin as the narrator. I think he doesn't get enough credit. The way he tells the story, it's so dense. I remember I was taking notes for this for trivia, and it literally took me like an hour to get through the first 10 minutes because there's just so much information they're throwing at you. And it's just so good. Just how committed each character is to who they are at the beginning and what they believe. Just Gene Hackman, just with unapologetically horrible person he is, and just how he kind of enjoys life that way. He's living his best life, but he's a really bad person. And just seeing the kids kind of find their place. And again, in that Wes Anderson style and those Wes Anderson characters, but still, you can gravitate towards them because they're real people. Fantastic cast, really good story. I love the ending. The last 25, 30 minutes is really good, and just the way it finishes up. And again, I won't spoil because I know a lot of people haven't seen it, but I really love the way this movie ends.
Anybody else have this?
No, never seen it.
Well, you said your 10 minutes. There's so much information. I bailed at 45. And got the hell out of Dodge. Other Wes Anderson movies I've watched all the way through, just because I was trying to be a completionist. Now I realize life's too short, and I refuse to sit around and watch something directed with the last name Anderson in it for too long if I hate it. So I would like to put him and Paul Thomas on a boat.
And Paul W.S.
I would like to send them to where Jack Sparrow was marooned and just let them just make their own movies on that island. But I don't want to ever see another movie of theirs again. Sorry. Everybody else on the Royal Tenenbaums.
Never seen it.
Nazario, you're here. You can't do the jokes anymore in the chat.
Oh, right.
I hadn't seen this movie until this year. I think this is a fantastic movie. I've always liked Wes Anderson. I think Grand Budapest is a masterpiece. I've talked about that movie anyway. And yeah, I think this is great. I really like the characters and the dynamics between all of them. And you really get a lot. And I agree with Kirk. You get a lot of information in the first 10 minutes. And with narration, I think that works for what this movie is trying to be. It's a kid's movie for adult or adult movie for kids. And I appreciate that mentality of it.
All right, Jake, what's your 4?
My number 4 is the best 4.5-star movie ever. That's a reference from a long time ago. It is Run, Lola, Run. Which I put on Full Metal last year, and I never got to use it. It's sad. This is if 90s MTV threw up on a German art film. This is this movie in a nutshell. This film's about a girl named Lola trying to make money for her boyfriend Manny in 20 minutes, or else he's going to go rob a supermarket, and she needs to run, or else she's going to have no time, and she needs to make sure that he can pay off drug dealer Ronnie. This is just visually stunning simulating movie. It uses every trick in the book, from split screen to animation to shooting on film and digital, to stop motion, not to stop motion, freeze frames, flash forwards, flashbacks, black and white, hyper colors. Every trick in the book is used in this movie. I just enjoy this movie on an entertainment level, and also on just an arty level. Like, this film is about free will and determinism. Are we in control of our own destiny? You see 3 attempts by Lola to try and make money. The first 2 attempts fail, and then the third time she succeeds. Not much of a spoiler because that's a film. You see it. There's just a lot that I really get from this movie. The music is just also fantastic. The director of this movie, Tom Tykwer, also did the score. It's really riveting and engaging, and there's even some lyrics in the movie that's really nice. Franca Potente, who plays Lola, is fantastic, and she gives a lot to this movie. And she was in Born Identity, which is good in that. But it's just a highly stylized, massively entertaining movie that I love to watch every now and then. Fantastic.
So, Barr is correct. This is one of the most 90 movies ever made. After watching it, I don't know if I like it or I don't like it. It was kind of like an in-between for me. Like, I enjoyed parts of it. I didn't like enjoying other parts of it. So, I just always find this movie funny because of the story behind this movie. And that will always make it a half star higher for me because of that story. But no, I maybe a different view. I want to watch it again.
Movie.
Yeah, it's apparently it's a great
revenge state movie.
Yeah, pair this with Pitch Perfect and it's a match made in heaven. I will definitely watch this again later down the road and see how I feel about it. But right now, I thought it was an okay film. Top 4, I think. It's crazy, but that's fine. Who else has seen this movie?
Fuck no.
I've seen it.
I paid money to rent this movie, just a heads up.
I actually enjoyed this movie. I think it's pretty fun, pretty short and sweet. I don't think it's that much over an hour. It makes Franca Potente kind of a star. She got a little bigger then, and she's actually a pretty great actress. Tom Tykwer definitely has a style with this movie, and he is actually a very interesting director. I would suggest, if you like Run Lola Run, you should check out The Princess and the Warrior, which I think is a superior film, or the best thing he has ever made, called Perfume: The Story of a Murderer. That is also a freaking great film. Other than that, I'm starting to realize that Jake really likes gimmicky movies, so that's what this is too.
I like gimmicks. They're fun.
That's why I call him him on the other episodes. Go ahead.
I have seen it. I saw it because Jake put it on the Full Metal list. I actually went out and bought the DVD, and I actually like it. I think it's good. I don't think it's a top 4. I don't think it's a top 100 movie, but it is a lot of fun. The gimmick or whatever, it does have a very MTV feel, but not in a bad way. Because it's pace. I mean, it's so fat. You're just always going, and something always happening. You're on to the next thing. You don't linger anywhere in this movie very long. Just some really cool. I mean, it is kind of a take on Groundhog Day in a way where you get the same person trying the same thing, and you see the one thing I like is as she interacts with her people, you see how the interaction changes. Their lives, kind of like a butterfly effect. You get flash forward into certain people's lives. Like the first time, one thing happens, good thing happens. Next time, something bad happens, and that's really interesting. Again, like I said, it is fun. Like I said, I wouldn't put it in my top. Again, maybe if I watched it fewer times, maybe I wouldn't. I don't know, but it's a fun Jake movie.
All right, Kirk, what's your 4?
My number 4 is my favorite overall Tarantino, and that is Inglourious Bastards.
That was Boatman's 11, and that was my 24.
I love this movie so much, and there's so much to talk about. You got to talk about Hans Landa, one of the best villains in a movie ever. Just so good. Just how patient and methodical and self-serving he is. You start out, you think he's like this Nazi and he's, out to get everybody, but you find out as you go on, he's just out for himself, and basically for the highest bidder, who can he get the most from? That's who he's for, and he's just having the character and the actor both are having so much fun in this movie, and it just comes off. On the flip side, you have, I think, one of the best protagonists of the movie ever in Elder the Apache. I think this is one of Brad Pitt's best performances. I think he's having so much fun. I just love the accent. I love the character. I just love, we're tickled to hear you say that. Watching Donnie meet that's the closest we get to go to the movies. I love that so much. And you have so many great scenes. You have, the opening scene at the farm and just the tension that builds and how it just makes you sick watching it. You watch it for the first time or the 10th time. You're just, oh my God, I can't take it anymore. It's so good. You have that scene with Donnie, with the bear Jew coming out with the bat. That whole sequence is great. You have the bar, the bar scene, and just there's such long scenes drawn out. He takes his time with this movie. He's in no hurry, and it's so much fun to watch. You're just engrossed the whole time. This is Tarantino. Really, I think he hits a new level in his filmmaking here. He just the way he blends genres, he just doesn't care anymore. This is his first, I call him, his quantum leap phase, where he changes history for the better. And I won't spoil exactly how it happens if you haven't seen it, but it happens. And the score is so good, just the way he just uses the contemporary music. I think did Marconi do the score for this?
Some of his pieces are in the movie.
I know he used some of it, but I mean, he used it like an old West type feel. He used classical music. He used electric guitar to introduce the one character. It's just so good. I could talk about this movie all night if I keep going, because it's so dense. Like I said, there's just a scene where they're playing the game, and the German three. So many little things. Fassbender is great. This is the first time I saw Fassbender. His scene with Mike Myers explaining the German filmmaking.
Churchill as well.
Yeah, Churchill. Yeah, the little Churchill cameo. So good. Tarantino doesn't get any better than this. I love it so much.
Boatman, go talk about it.
Buongiorno. This movie, it's Tarantino's at the top of his game. That's pretty clear on every single frame of this movie. Hans Landa, it's kind of a miracle. This is a character that is supposed to speak, I think it's over 5 languages during this movie. And actually, Tarantino has said in interviews that he almost canceled the project because he couldn't find somebody who could both act and speak that many languages. So Christoph Waltz was kind of like a saving grace for this. And I'm very grateful because, yes, it's the man showing off all the skills he has acquired during everything else he has tried to do in his career up to this point, and just giving you little bits here, little bits there. The acting is great overall. I think the scene at the beginning kind of shows how you can impose your power to somebody else while being polite about it. Even just the little details, as taking out can I sense smoke from your pipe? And the guy brings in the little pipe, and then he just pulls out like the freaking horn thing. Yes, my dick is bigger than yours. So it's like little things like that make every single thing that happens in this movie kind of brilliant, and that then just give you that insane ending where he just said, like, you know what, I know what history is, fuck it, this is my movie, and I'm gonna decide how it ends. It's a great fucking movie.
Gorlami. Brad Pitt's fucking great in this movie. I love you guys have basically all covered it. I really love the bar scene with Michael Fassbender, and then the aftermath of it, where they're just like, how can I trust you to come down the stairs? How can I hold back and forth? Brad Pitt, just like, I'm gonna throw down my gun. I'm gonna trust you. It's great. I really love Hans Landa in this movie. I think this was maybe the best ending of a Tarantino movie. Just you know what? This might be my masterpiece. Is a great way to go out. This movie's fucking great.
This is my second favorite Tarantino. I'm still waiting for the 2-hour movie of Lieutenant Aldo Rain on his journey just throughout before they meet up with him. Just because I think this is the best Brad Pitt performance by far. I absolutely love this character. I love his work in it. It's so far from who he is. basically we're in the Nazi killing business and business is booming. And then especially when they're speaking like, I don't speak Italian. Well, then practice now. Shut up. And the Mexican standoff. This ain't a Mexican standoff. Yes, it is. I throw a grenade down to you. You blows you up. Mexican standoff. It's incredible, and how it like goes through, like it completely goes away from Lieutenant Alderaan, and it's still such a good movie. Hans Landa is incredible in this movie. I could watch this movie anytime. I think this movie is absolutely incredible. Yeah, great choice for. I have no issue with it. I just have Pulp Fiction a little higher. Jake, why don't you like good movies?
Well, everyone knows why. It's because I like Rubber and Spider-Man, obviously. No, Inglourious Basterds is a fantastic movie. Top 4 Tarantino movies. I love this movie. It's grown on me over the years. I have a friend who's a humongous fan of Inglourious Basterds. I got him a shirt of Hans Landa saying bingo. Yeah, it's just great moments and details throughout the entire film. Like, Mike Myers is in one scene, and he's like really good as Colonel Ed Fennick, and just details and all that sort of stuff. Tarantino just is like knows what kind of world he wants to build. And yeah, I love the scene where they pretend to speak Italian and they can only know like simple phrases, and then Hans Landa just speaks fluent Italian, and they're just like grazie, like without even knowing. It's so good. That's such a great comical situation they got themselves in. But yeah, this movie's fantastic. I will always love Eli Roth's his determination, his look when he's killing a certain person at the end of the movie. He just like fucking just is so angry when he gives it. It's so good. But yeah, it's amazing.
The moment we've been waiting for. Koho, what's your number 4?
You know what?
Here he comes.
It's not playing anymore, buddy.
Here he comes. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for. The pride of Mount Vernon, Alexander Hamilton.
You knew it was coming. I should have rehearsed that better. Anyways, yeah, it was coming. It's a movie. Suck it. The moment this was coming out, I was like, I can't wait for this. This was my most anticipated movie of the year, and it did not disappoint. I have seen this movie 7 times. 7. It's got better every time you watch it. This is a perfect film. The story is something that was like, this was always going to connect with me. It was hip-hop, the Revolutionary War, which is my favorite period of history, and the music is excellent. Lin-Manuel Miranda created a great show. He performs it really well. It's a movie. It's a movie. It's a movie. It's as much a movie as so many other movies you would count. But yeah, it's perfect. I'm not even gonna take my time. Leslie and Lynn are the best performances in this movie. They play off each other so well. Daveed Diggs is incredible as Lafayette and Jefferson. And then you also have Jonathan Groff, iconic King George. He's fantastic. And Philippa Sue and Renee Elise Goldsberry are excellent as Eliza and Angelica. And they go toe-to-toe with Lynn in every scene and Leslie in every scene with that they interact. It's a perfect film, and I will fight you all to the death.
All right, so just before we start tearing you apart, I told people, I let everybody have a scratch. He scratched this. He put Hamilton. This was decided before Hamilton came out that I was offering this solution. It just benefited Koho better than anybody else.
What got scratched? I need to know.
Yeah, that's my question. What got scratched and what position did you move?
I took out my number 40, which was The Hateful Eight. I took that one out. That would be in my top 100 still because I had to take out the lowest that was remaining that we hadn't talked about. But yes, The Hateful Eight was what got removed.
For Hamilton. Okay. So I'll go first. As somebody that really, really loves Hamilton, I loved this show before I saw the production. I've listened to the soundtrack numerous times. I've seen the show live. It is my favorite musical bar none. I've also been on the record with Koho and saying this will never enter my personal top 100 is because I loved this film before I saw this film. They could have done it. Doesn't matter what they showed me. It doesn't matter what they showed me. I already know what the story was. I've already seen it. It's special. I think it's great. Is it a film? Is it not a film? I don't think it's considered a film. Just
Such
like all
the other documentaries and live shows. Just saying.
All the other musicals that I own, like I don't consider them movies. I just consider like the concert series of Les Mis. I don't consider
that's a film, and it almost made my top 100. Also, letting you a peek behind the curtain.
Okay. Oh, so is the movie amazing? Is the show amazing? Absolutely, no questions asked. I think it's great. I'll let the council decide to kill you.
Is this a movie? No. It's about as much a movie as M. Rank is a movie. You put a camera and you film something, doesn't make it a movie.
Yes, it does.
2,
literally the definition.
You are the whitest person I've ever said the words. Here to say the words hip hop. Of course, I like it. 3, damn. 4, this has been out for a month.
That's how fucking perfect it is.
I think today or yesterday, it's been a month. And 5, why would you take out your 40 and not your 100 if you push everything down?
I wasn't allowed to.
It wasn't allowed to. I added this. I added this at the 40 range. They couldn't change anything from the past. They had to go from the future. I gave the option. That's why 3 people said but 1 said hell yes.
Cool. I'm done.
There are X-rated films, and they are called adult films. Therefore, yes.
I love Garth.
But Deep 30 isn't going to make my top 100.
If you put Midnight Cowboy, technically you're putting.
That's not a adult film. Oh my god, it's such a child. It's such a child.
It's not porn. That's not porn at all.
I know it's not, but X-rated is. Still...
So here's the thing. I've not seen the play. I've not seen this recorded stage thing. I watch movies. I don't watch this. I have no interest in watching Hamilton. It is not a thing for me. I don't like theater. I just don't want to go see this theater stage recorded thing. Okay.
Film.
Wow.
Tim, you are asked to leave the call officially.
Number 4. After a month of it being out. That is the most Kaleb Koho thing that he's ever done. He did that with another film that we'll probably be talking about in his top 3. But it is insane that it, after only a month, that is the most Kaleb Koho thing.
It's a movie in the sense that is recorded images that are played back and you look at. In the most technical possible sense, it is moving pictures, which movies I believe is short for. So, yeah. But is it a? It's not a movie in what we've been talking about for the past 10 weeks. Movie. I didn't rate this on Letterboxd because I don't consider it a movie like the rest of those movies. That being said, I love it. My daughter bought me the soundtrack for my birthday a couple years ago, and me and my family have worn it out. It's something we've all kind of bonded over. There's not a lot of stuff the 4 of us all love, and we all love this. We haven't seen we haven't had the opportunity to see the stage play yet, so this was our first time seeing anything Hamilton, and we were not disappointed at all. In fact, a lot of the stuff that just from listening to music was kind of slow for me was really just elevated by by watching it perform live or recorded live. The way they do the flashback during Satisfied is mind blowing. I love that. The way they're in position, they all come back. That's great. The Hurricane when the stuff's blowing around them is just visually stunning. The characters are great. I think Burr is my favorite character. Wait For It is such a great song. There's so much in that song about that character. And just watching him be the antagonist, but also have to be the narrator and kind of begrudgingly admit all the great things about Hamilton and watching him seethe, low-key seethe over that. My favorite performance in it. So yeah, Not a movie, but I still love it. 4 is really high.
Tim and Koho got into it. This is a really awkward time for my life. We're gonna go to Boatman for your 3.
Cool. And my 3 is
Emmerich,
The Social Network. Okay.
Which
This is actually a pretty great film. David Fincher is actually a very good director, and this is one of his top films. I love everything about it. I love that it's the story of Facebook. I love the composing by Trent Reznor for the actual score. It's actually pretty. It's pretty original, and it has the type of music that makes it memorable. Like you can feel every scene as it's going on, and every passing year and time during the length of the movie, which actually is basically the growth of Zuckerman. Zuckerman? I forgot the name.
Zuckerberg.
Yeah, Zuckerberg. Everybody is actually pretty good in this movie. J.C. Eisenberg actually is at the top of his game. I don't think he has actually done a role that is better than this one because he's really good at playing a jackass. And Armie Hammer doing the dual role was actually kind of surprising because at the time I watched this movie, I didn't know Armie Hammer and I didn't know he did both roles. And it's a pretty seamless thing that up to this day is pretty impressive. Justin Timberlake as a douchebag, cool. I dig it. Pretty good. This movie is really interesting, and it should have won Best Picture definitely for that year. I like it a lot.
I have it as well. I think we all have it, don't we?
Not Kirk.
It's weird that it's number 3 because it's not Fincher's best movie, but cool.
Jake, where did you have it?
At 26.
I have it 25.
Okay.
Yeah, Andrew Garfield is underrated in this movie. I think everyone didn't give him enough attention or credit for his performance because I think he's just as good as Eisenberg. They go toe to toe. My favorite scene in this movie is when it all boils to the end and it's just their confrontation. It's fantastic. I won't say it, Cody. You can have it.
No, go ahead. It's you put it on your actual list.
I'm not coming back for my 30%. I'm coming back for everything. Is such a great performance moment. I also really like Rooney Mara. She's not in it like more than the one scene, but that one scene she's outstanding. If you want to talk about one scene wonders who should have been nominated, Rooney Mara is one of them. For The Social Network, she's incredible. This has so many great lines in it. This is my favorite script I think ever. So
I thought it was Knives Out.
Knives Out is my favorite original screenplay of the decade. Difference.
Okay, so this is a fantastic biopic. This is the first Fincher film I saw, I believe, and just the dynamic between the characters and the film's like only 2 hours, but it feels like there's just so much to it, and the pacing is just so perfect. Fincher is such an immaculate filmmaker, and he knows everything he wants to do, from the editing to the cinematography to the visuals to the score. Everything is in his control, and it really shows in this movie. And I just really care for like what the character's going through, and like what he's trying to do, and like he's an unlikable character, and the whole arc of the movie is what Rashida Jones says at the end of the film: "You're not an asshole. You're just trying too hard to be one." Like he just cares. He just wants to be what everyone else is, but like it's not for him, and he's very anal retentive and just psychologically different to everyone else, and that's just so an interesting dynamic, especially with Garfield and Timberlake and the Winklevis, I guess I should say, and yeah, just the situations and everything that happens when they put Face Smash online, and that whole sequence with the music and when everyone's playing along is just so like perfect. Yeah, this is a fantastic movie.
Just that Koho mentioned Rooney Mara, that actually reminded me of the last scene where he is actually just hitting refresh on his Facebook page to see if she will ever accept his friend request. It's kind of so perfect to encapsulate the pathetic nature of his character, because even having all the money and all the power in the world and being a jackass to everybody else, he just wants that little ounce of appreciation that he may never get. It's kind of a beautiful thing to show to wrap that movie.
Yeah, Social Network is fantastic. I absolutely love this movie. My favorite part is Andrew Garfield. I think Andrew Garfield's the best in this movie by far. Especially when Koho alluded to it. It was like, you better lawyer up, asshole. Like, he's coming back. And like, hey, you can't interrupt him. He's coding right now. He just picks it up. Got your attention now? Breaks his computer. It's just
you pretentious douchebag.
Yes, yeah. Is this about the chicken? No, it's not about
the chicken story is so good. I had to feed the chicken, so I gave a bit of the chicken to the chicken. I mean, kiss of forced cannibalism.
It's just insane how this movie works. I thought it would be so boring, the story of Facebook. And I know like some stuff's come out that it's not like accurate and stuff like that. But like him in that meeting is like, you have the minimal amount. Like that's why we put in the open of the show, because that's how I feel with some people on the show sometimes. You have my minimal amount of attention. It's just so good. Like I don't like Justin Timberlake as much in this movie as that part. Like I know that's part of the story, but I wish they just kind of, because I like the dynamic between Eisenberg and Garfield. But no, incredible movie. 3, I have no problem. It's my second favorite Fincher, so I have no issue. Okay, we are on to Jake.
Well, no,
you haven't talked. Yeah, go ahead.
It's hard for me because as soon as you put Eisenberg in a movie, it's an uphill battle for me because I do not like that guy. I do not like watching that guy in movies, and I kind of feel like this movie his character's movie is just how he would be in real life. Like before I even saw this movie, I just assumed that was his personality. He really strikes me as that kind of guy. And I like Sorkin. He's a good writer, but my problem with Sorkin's writing, I think the felon is that a lot of times it can be so precise that it feels like it's being read. And I feel like Eisenberg always sounds like he's reading his dialogue. So a lot of like the two of them just are not a great combination the whole way through. So that being said, he's my least favorite part of this movie. My favorite part of this movie is Armie Hammer. Him playing those twins and the way he plays them as two separate and completely unique characters, and I think they're the most interesting characters in the movie. I just love how like there's like
6'4" and there's 2 of me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I broke your 200-year-old doorknob. Just how like they play like they're like the really smart dumb guys. They're just such an interesting character to me. So I really like them. Everybody else is good. It's interesting, but like I said, there's just too many points against it for me. I think 3 is super high for this. I mean, like, like 50, 60, something like that. I could see it there, but 3 is crazy
high. Agree, disagree. Jake, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not attention, Kirk. My number 3. Wow, damn. The Bronze Medal. I'm looking forward to defending this movie. It is American Beauty. So here's the thing. This is definitely not a film that is nice to talk about anymore with certain redacted. The thing is that I think he's phenomenal in this performance as Lester Burnham. It's one of my favorite characters in film history. Kind of the transition that he goes through. The whole situation, it's about a guy who falls in love with his daughter's best friend. And that whole situation's creepy, yes. But the thing is that I just want to defend that part because that's not what a film is really about. It's what instigates him to change his life and to get better physically and mentally. It sets up that, but it doesn't pay off with the sense of him wanting to. He kind of forgets that after a while. It's more focused on him, suing his boss and getting $60,000 so he can get a job that's more for him and enjoy it more, and with the least responsibility, and him working out and him physically and mentally being a better person because he has a midlife crisis and like, is this what he wants to do for the rest of his life? Like, it's just, I just really relate to that sort of idea of like, we're on this planet for like 90 years, give or take. You want to make the most out of it, and he's only gone halfway through his life without doing anything of note. And in this movie, he realizes, well, I've got to change that, and it's instigated by Angela. He doesn't. At a while, he forgets about her and doesn't want to focus on her anymore. It's more about improving his own life. And it's only her who starts to really try and get his attention that slightly comes back to him. But at the end of the movie, he doesn't go with it. It's more about him finding the beauty in life, and that's why I really like that character arc. I think everyone else is brilliant in the movie. Annette Bening is a really great character. Like, she can't see the beauty in life, in flaws. She has to see imperfection, and that's kind of her downfall. Ricky Fitz is also like a character who is enlightened and sees everything of what it is and sees the beauty, even in something like death. And then you also have Janie, played by, oh my god, what's her name? Thora Birch as Lester's daughter, and she's the one who's starting to be acceptance of the beauty in flaws, and that character and her relationship with Ricky, I think, is really just fascinating, and I really appreciate that. I also just love the ending and the monologue that Lester has, and how he goes over, what there's beauty in life, and sometimes there's so much of it, and we can't take it, and it's just everything feels enlightened, and I just really like that on a personal level. It really just connects with me on that sort of aspect, and the cinematography also I think is really beautiful and just well done. The reds and the roses also serving as a motif, and there's a lot of details that I really got. This is one of the films that really got me into films on a different level, and I appreciate this film. Even though there's a lot of controversy with this movie, I appreciate this on a level that I really resonate with. So yeah, it's my third favorite film of all time. It used to be my favorite, but I think it's still a fantastic movie.
So I just watched this movie this year, and I really, really enjoyed it. I'm excited to watch it again. Again, it's just a one-time watch, so I can't really say anything. I'm glad you kind of touched on how the start of it, so you could definitely be creepy in that aspect, but really it's not what the whole movie's about. Like, it does have those moments back to it. And I agree. I think Spacey gives an amazing performance in this film. He does. There's no question about it. I think actually everybody gives a great performance. I think his wife gives an insane performance. Yeah, like there are like so many parts of this movie that it just was so long since I saw it, and I'm kind of upset that it took me this long to watch it. But I think with rewatches, it could easily be in my top 100. I think it's honestly a really, really great film. Heard a lot about it, saw the poster for years, just never clicked. Never watched it. So well done. I really enjoyed this movie.
Yeah, American Beauty slaps. So it was good. I think that Spacey's really, really good in it. And like everyone else was really, really good in it. But yeah, some of it's a little unsettling to watch now, in retrospect. But like, I think when you think of it with like when it came out in '99, like that's like that movie slaps. I think American Beauty's good.
Funny story. I was actually in New York when this movie was on theaters, and I got to see it in the Times Square movie theater that was under the Virgin Megastore. I really liked this movie when I saw it, but honestly, it's basically the story and the acting is pretty great. Like Jake said, Chris Cooper is really underestimated in this movie. He's great as Wes Bentley's dad. Wes Bentley is great. Mina Suvari, Thora Birch, Annette Bening. It's a strong lineup. The story is good. It's Sam Mendes debuted as a director, which is actually it was a new way to film things. I think his vision was pretty special for this one. But sadly for me, this is a stack year. It's 1999 is one of my favorite movie years of all time, and this movie, I don't remember, but I don't think it made even the top 10 of that year. It was like 11, 12 because there are so many great movies in this year. So I know, I understand. The movie is actually pretty great, but 3 and no, not really. Too high.
I'm not going to say much about this because I just figured out after 97 movies we've gone through that I shouldn't talk last for Jake's movies because then I got to immediately talk about my movie. And that's kind of exhausting. And I wish I had figured this out like 8 or 9 weeks ago. But no, this is the movie I think about as like a top 10 kind of movie, but I could totally see it being one. It is really good. It's a really good story. Space is great. And my favorite scene in this movie is when she's cleaning the house. And she's just like, "You stupid thing! You just totally tear yourself up."
Yeah, I will sell this house today.
And I love movies about just ruined people. and just who try to put on as they have together, and just watching them kind of implode. And I that's what this movie is about. It's almost like a horror movie, just like a suburban horror, like just how horrible life can get. Just it's so gross how they're all living, independently and together. So yeah, there's a lot of good stuff going for this movie. I like it. Haven't seen it in a while. Not my top 100, obviously, but it's solid pick.
Also, the score fucking slaps. One of my favorite scores of all time.
All right, Kirk. Hope you got enough wind left in you. Go ahead.
All right. My number 3. This is hard. My 2 and 3 were tough making this list because I love my one set. My 2 and 3 I love so much, and I love them equally. This is like a real Sophie's choice for it. So my number 3 is Sophie's choice. No, I'm just kidding. My number 3 used to be my number 2. It just barely flipped. My number 3 is Goodfellas.
That was Boatman's 19.
This is just, when you talk about a good movie, this is just a really, really, really good movie. I think this is the movie Scorsese was waiting his whole career to make. Like, his whole career builds up to Goodfellas. It's just such a perfect movie. I just love the way the stories tell, just the energy it has, just from the beginning when you have that. You start out in the middle of the story with them killing Billy Bats in the truck, and just ever since I was a kid, I wanted to be a gangster. I've gone from rags to riches, and they have those credits speeding across, and it's just so perfectly made. I'm just happy thinking about this movie. I love the characters. Henry Hill is so good. Just getting into that world, and you see their take on this. Like, from the outside, it's just disgusting. They're just horrible people. From when you see it from their perspective, they make you understand it. They use different narrators, and they give you different perspectives, and just how different this world is. It's almost alien. I love that scene in the prison when they're going to prison. All he's talking about is the food. We got to slice the edges really thin. You all let it simmer, and that's prison life for them. Just so great. Pesci and De Niro are just at the top of their game. I love their characters, and again, you see that hierarchy of evil. Like, Henry Hill's okay, he's kind of a decent guy, and Pesci's just killing people indiscriminately. He doesn't care, and De Niro's somewhere in the middle. But just so many great characters, so many great performances. The soundtrack is just fantastic. You got the over the shoulder, coming through the Copa. Just lots of really, really good moments. There's nothing not to like about this movie. It's so good.
Man, Boatman, go ahead and talk. Sorry.
This movie is pretty good. I haven't seen it in 20 years, probably. But I do remember...
It's your top 100, though. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I know. It's still. This is Scorsese doing what he does best, which is taking a story based on real life, usually involving gangsters, and making it a great cinematic experience. I love the type of movies that tell you a story through a life. Like, you start with a person very young and how he got into it, when he got to the top of his game and then his fall. And then how in this type of life of crime, loyalties in the end don't amount to much. I think it's a great film. I'm a little heartbroken about the way it turns out for Joe Pesci. I've always have been. It's a rough one, but yeah, the movie overall is pretty great. I do think that he has done better things in this genre with this type of movie than Goodfellas. But this is probably a top 5 movie for Scorsese anyway.
Kirk, should this have beat Dances with Wolves?
Absolutely, yes.
Have you seen Dances with Wolves yet?
No, but you know what? People have talked to me about this. Here, let's talk about this for a minute, because I thought about this after that show. That conversation we had about Dances with Wolves was the first conversation. Dances with Wolves is a 30-year-old movie. That was the first conversation I ever had in my life about Dances with Wolves. People talk about Goodfellas all the time. Such a good movie. How come nobody talks about it? Sorry.
No, you're good. Goodfellas is, man, this just doesn't scream like a Cody movie at all. It has Scorsese, it has crime, it has mob. Yep, that's a Cody movie. It's just right there. This movie's incredible. I have no issue whatsoever with Goodfellas being in your top five. I absolutely love this movie. The only downside of this movie is that I don't like Ray Liotta. I like him at the start. I don't really like it. He drains me near the end of it, but at the end of the day, all the other characters bring it up. Like I like the whole scene. Like I'm a clown. Like I'm here to amuse you. Like dance. And I love the scene where he shoots him, and he's like, "Well, you're burying." Oh, like I've never buried a body before. Like I've never dug a hole before. Okay, I got it. Like he's just so like through his face, just like what the. Who cares? And then that line at the beginning is, "I always wanted to be a gangster." I'm just like, oh. Like the part kind of has that moment too, where it's like at the beginning, Scorsese knows how to open a movie with just one line. Yeah, just incredible movie. It's definitely in my top 5 Scorsese. I always go back to this movie. It's lengthy, but it feels so quick. Great movie. Everybody else on Goodfellas doesn't seem like a Jake. No wonder this didn't make Jake's list, but
it really isn't a joke movie. I like Scorsese. I just like more of his more interesting stuff. This is like a fine crime movie. I remember watching it when I was younger and just kind of thinking it was pretty good. But I have nothing really strong to say. I'd seen Wolf of Wall Street before I'd seen this, so maybe my opinion on it is just more that I like Wolf of Wall Street more because it's kind of doing the same style. But yeah, no, this is a nice movie. I get why this is on Kirk's list, but it's like I think it's okay.
I saw this movie once, and I liked it, but I'm not a huge Scorsese person in general. Like, some of them are really good. Some of them I think are, like, even the ones that I think are okay are, like, still, like, really good movies. So, like, this one, I think I like The Irishman a little bit more. Not because I think it's necessarily a better, like, movie, but I just like Al Pacino as an actor. So yeah, I watched them too close to each other for me to like really like make a true like sit time with each of them and like go, that's Goodfellas and that's Irishman. This one deserves a rewatch from me.
Fair. All right, Koho, tell us what your 3 is.
Well, we didn't talk about it yet. It's about time. Pirates of the Caribbean: The Curse of the Black Pearl. We're gonna crest out the Pirates of the Caribbean run. In hindsight, I think at this point in time, Dead Man's Chest flips over it for me. But they're very close. I love both those movies pretty much equally. So this being this high should not be a surprise to anyone. This is my favorite adventure movie. I love Jack Sparrow. He's one of my favorite film characters of all time, and his introduction in this movie is one of the best. Just him, just as the ship sinking, steps onto the dock. Is just a perfect like introduction to just the mess of a pirate he is. Yeah, he's like kind of knows what he's doing, but he always just kind of lucks into doing what he's doing. Barbossa is fantastic as the villain in this. Jeffrey Rush is giving a great performance. One of my favorite lines of all time is "You best start believing in ghost stories, Miss Turner. You're in one." It's a great performance. Yeah, this movie is just it does a lot of things for me in terms of like my love for like more movies and telling stories, and it just kind of captured my imagination in a way that not a lot of other movies had and still haven't. So this franchise will always mean a lot to me, and this is the movie that I put at the highest spot because it's the one that really kind of starts it all and is the one that universally sort of kicks everything off in a really strong way. Fucking love these movies.
Anybody else have? Never mind. I love the first 2 Pirates of the Caribbean movies. I think they're fun. I think they get a lot of crap because of the stuff that came after it. But these first 2 original films are perfection in Disney live action. I won't say like perfect films, but I would say Disney live action for what they were able to do and what they were able to accomplish on something I never thought they would be able to turn into a successful thing. And these first 2 movies is when Jack Sparrow is like caring, like he's actually caring as the role. He's not just a character at that point. Yeah, I think Barbossa is a fantastic villain in this movie. And just even the effects still hold up. We just watched it for a watch along. They still hold up to this day, especially when the moonlight hits them. And the sword fights, I think they're really good choreographed. They're well choreographed, and it's just you can tell that there's a lot of detail put into this, and it's got a lot of comedic elements that I think goes under. It's one of the funniest Disney live action movies out there. The whole parlay scene I think is great. So yeah, I have no problem with this. I have a problem with it being in the top 10. I would say like bottom 20, but Koho's built his career on Pirates of the Caribbean, so is what it is. Everybody else on the Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl.
I rewatched this movie pretty recently, a couple of days ago, actually. The first time I watched it with my kid. And yeah, as far as what this movie is trying to accomplish and what it's based on and what it gives you, this is a pretty perfect Pirates of the Caribbean movie. I usually had it at 4.5. I gave it the 5 stars this time because I feel like there's nothing really that can be done better than what is shown in this movie. That being said, Top 100, number 3. I mean, it's Kaleb Koho, so I kind of get it. But then he goes and drops like, now I like Dead Man's Chest better. So yeah, what you're saying is you would take the Curse of the Black Pearl and put Dead Man's Chest at number 3 of all time.
I mean,
that's what you just said.
Yes, I would. The reason why I said I mean is because technically Dead Man's Chest would be my number 2. But
okay, that's insane.
Whoa, what? What? Dead Man's Chest would be your number 2?
2, yeah. I would move Dead Man's Chest up to 2 above it.
Okay.
Okay. This is I think this is a great movie. This is a great popcorn movie, honestly. This is just fantastic. Just put it on, enjoy the ride, have a good time. Action scenes are great. Love that sort of stuff. Yeah, the comedy's funny. There's some really good comedic moments. We named the monkey Jack. Yeah. What are your demands? Elizabeth is right. Yeah, we know that one. What's anything else? There's some good stuff. I really like Jeffrey Rush. He's just fantastic. He's maybe my favorite character of the series. I think Johnny Depp is fantastic in this movie. His character gets a lot more of a parody of himself later on in the sequels, but this one is just like he knows where to go serious and where to go silly, and it's a good. He's just in the middle of the road with both of those. And he just knows never to cross that line. And so, yeah, I think this is a fantastic movie. I get why this is on Cody's list the same way that Spider-Man is in my top 10. You know, like I get it. I can't fault him for that. So.
You son of a bitch.
To each his own.
You're right, but
this is a movie based on the most boring ride at Disneyland.
Oh my!
It should not be good. This movie should suck.
It's very boring.
And I'm being facetious. I actually like the ride, but I'd say that for a fact. The movie should suck, and it doesn't. It's fantastic. I used this phrase a couple times tonight about taking something simple and presenting the best possible version of it, and that's what this movie does. Just takes a very simple pirate story, adds a little magic to it, kind of Disney-fies it. And it's so good. This is like a movie. This is like a throwback to like just old style adventure movies. It has everything. It has the action, it has the adventure, it has the sword fights, it has the comedy. Johnny Depp creates a great villain here, and the characters specifically in the movies in general kind of have that like Matrix syndrome where because what came later was so bad, you kind of blame the earlier ones on it. But this movie is really solid. It's hard for me to decide because I also really like Dead Man's Chest. Because it does a lot more, but this movie is just so beautiful in its simplicity and what it does. Again, 3 is super high, but it's a really good movie.
Okay, Boatman, you're 2. Oh gosh, it's gonna be 4 fucking hours.
I don't know what 2 is.
I don't think Koho knows what 2 is anymore.
Wow. There you go.
Which is my 13.
Cool. This is a great fucking movie. Christopher Nolan makes great movies. This one actually was him just kind of showing off what he could do between Batman films. It's really one of the most original works he has presented. I would say the idea for this movie to me feels more original than Memento, which is probably why I like it better. And it helps the fact that Leonardo DiCaprio is actually giving all his talent for this. He portrays Cobb as one of the most interesting guys in the most interesting line of work that there is in the reality of this film. I think this movie just it excels in the storytelling department, excels in the visual department, and the acting department in general. Marion Cotillard is a very underrated actress that can actually do some great stuff when given the opportunity, like the character she has to portray in this film, and the layers that she gives to a person who doesn't know what is real or not anymore. And the fact that the movie gives this all to you and at the same time doesn't really let you know what you have seen, if it's completely real or not, it makes it the more interesting to me. Everybody's great in this movie. Michael Caine, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Tom Hardy. It's actually a great box office blockbuster type of movie, but at the same time, it's smart and interesting, and it holds your attention. The only bad thing about it is that boom sound that they use for the trailer has been done in every other single trailer after. But I mean, that just means you can leave a legacy, right?
And I had this at 13, my second best Nolan film. I guess, if anything, I appreciate Dark Knight for allowing him to make this movie. I've always loved dreams and the concept behind them. I mean, we still have no idea why we dream. And this one plays with the idea of, what if we create a heist movie that takes place in the dream world? And Betty decided to leave because he's falling asleep. I'll just keep talking. Yeah, this movie's fantastic. I think the filmmaking is just absolutely impressive. Nolan just, he has just this particular way of making films, technically speaking. Hey, Cody. Almost done. And everything about just the world and the building and the ideas is just so immaculate and fascinating, and I just really care for everything that happens in this movie. And yeah, I think Cobb's such an interesting character, and just what he deals with, and the heist is just, it goes on for an hour and a half, and it's just so interesting. And I even love the build up to that, where they try to figure out what to do and how they're going to perform the inception, and all that stuff is really good. And I'm still a little mad that I missed a question about this movie in the title match, because I knew that question and I just got in my head about it. But I just think this is a fascinating, an amazing movie.
Anybody else have Inception? No. Okay. This is one that I'm so happy I watched for this list. So I saw it when I was in college, and I didn't pay a damn bit of attention. I said, this movie looks confusing. I don't think I'm going to like it. I had a buddy go, oh, we'll watch it. I'll explain it as we go. You won't be lost, because at that point I was not, again, Lion King. So he fell asleep 20 minutes in, and I just stood there and stared at it and was like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I have no clue. When I rewatched it now, I text Boatman immediately and I said, I'm about to pop this thing back on. This thing's incredible. I think this movie gets a bad rap because it comes from Nolan, because Nolan is very overhyped, especially by a lot of people. And I don't think he's made a good movie since this movie. So I think this is his last great one. But I think it instantly became I more watches. I won't say it right away, but this will be my favorite Nolan by far. I think it's incredible. Heist movie plus in dreams leaves me with is it not? Oh, crazy. Score amazing. Oh, this movie is now higher than The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, but I'm it's real close. They were so good. Kirk and Koho, what say you?
Kirk.
This movie definitely suffered from the hype for me. I didn't see it till it came out on video, And so I had like 4, 5, 6 months of people telling me, "Oh my god, this is the most amazing movie ever! It's going to change your life. This is just And I was expecting this huge, massive game changer. I was expecting something like Matrix level, like movies will never be the same after this. And I went and saw it. I'm like, oh, it's dreams, and they're in dreams. And so, I mean, it's not bad. It has some cool elements, like the heist elements are real cool. And I've gone back and rewatched it. But yeah, I mean, it does suffer not just for the hype of this movie for Nolan. I agree with you, Cody. I think this is just when the Nolan coaster just made it up over the hill, starting to come down, just right at the cusp. And then after this, the coaster disintegrated and blew up and caught on fire, and all kinds of horrible things happened because it was just crap after that. But yeah, again, this is another one where the more I watch it, the more I do. Like, I couldn't just enjoy it for myself and kind of get past all that hype. But it's still, yeah, Lucas, that's what I'm talking about. It's still, it's still, I got some hiccups on it.
So I saw this in 2010 and I didn't remember shit. So I counted it as a first time watch this year also. And it slaps. This is probably my third favorite Nolan. I still have a really deep-seated love for like The Prestige and The Dark Knight. But Inception's great. I think Leonardo DiCaprio leads this movie's ensemble, which is like everyone's playing their parts really well. I really like Tom Hardy and Ellen Page in this movie. Both of them are really, really great. Yeah, I think the end is probably my favorite part of the movie. Like, that was like the little extra thing that I needed to tick this up a full like a half star to push it to 4.5. Was like right there, and it got there. That ending is great. Inception is dope. Dunkirk sucks.
I don't
know why
is going to come out.
I don't know why the chat keeps talking about the example of the bad Nolan movies I'm talking about. I don't get it.
When we say
is
bad,
done with that.
When we say bad movies, Dunkirk is the one we were referring to, and Interstellar. That they're bad.
Pretty good.
You're wrong. Have a good day, sir. Jake, what is your 2?
My silver medal. This used to be my favorite film of all time. A film that made me see films in a different perspective. That is a one-of-a-kind film, Donnie Darko. This is just one of the most amazing films that I've ever seen, honestly. Before this movie, I have no idea what I was laughing at. Before this movie, my favorite film was The Avengers from 2012. That was my favorite film. And 2013 is when I started to really get into film and a love for it. And this is the film that started that whole thing for me. This is the movie that made me see films in a different perspective. And I fell in love with it immediately. The film's about a man Donnie, played by Jake Gyllenhaal, who discovers that the world's going to end at the end of October. Man in a bunny rabbit named Frank is telling him this whole situation, and he starts to realize what's going on, and there's just weird, surreal qualities to this movie. He starts a relationship with Jenna Malone's Gretchen, and it's just such a heavily dense movie with so much details. It talks about the 80s presidential campaign between Dukakis and Bush. It goes through religious evangelical people who use weird hippie mentalities to educate kids, and the fear and love. And this film's just about like a person who's afraid of death and the acceptance of that, and realizing that there is a fear in death, and we just have to accept the fact that it's going to happen to us one day. And such a beautifully haunting movie with so much details, and Gyllenhaal's fantastic in this movie. He's just so brilliant, and Patrick Swayze and Drew Barrymore, and they have these just great characters. Everyone feels detailed and has so much going on, and it's just such a beautiful, immaculate movie. I always go back to it during Halloween. Just such a beautiful movie that everyone should see. It's definitely a movie that requires multiple viewings, but it gets better every time you see it. I just absolutely love this movie and just a beautiful, bittersweet ending.
This was my sister's favorite movie when I was growing up, and I hate it. I hate it from that time period. I haven't watched it since, but like every time I'd walk out to the living room, she's fucking watching Donnie Darko, and I'm like, I don't care. Like, why are we watching this? Lion King. But it's just yeah. I maybe would like it now, probably not, because I probably have PTSD for my sisters watching it. But it's such a Jake movie, so
It's maybe the most Jake movie, to be honest.
Yeah, it's one of the most Jake movies. I will give you a pass on this one at 2. This makes perfect sense for you to be at your 2.
Yeah, this is one of those movies where like you either love it or you're ambivalent about it. Like like you were saying, like this is a movie you watch once and never go back to, or you watch it constantly. And I'm more in the first group. I liked it. Again, this is another one that was hyped up, one of those really super cult movies, and I think there's a lot of cool stuff in it. But it didn't just resonate with me the way it does with a lot of people.
I really liked this movie when I was in college. It kind of was that cool little thing that college kids that said, liked, and understood film in a different way. That was the movie that we always refer to, like, yeah, you have to watch Donnie Darko. I got the director's cut, which actually has more narration and things inserted in, and it's actually kind of a lesser version than the theatrical cut, which should have been a clue to the fact that Richard Kelly is kind of a hack. I think he made this movie by accident. Like, everything kind of lined up to make Donnie Darko as great as it is, because it is actually great. I think it holds up as a good movie. I just don't think it was the secret gem that I thought it was when I was in college. But everything he has made after has been worse and worse. So, yeah, I don't know what really happened there. I don't know if I should give him any credit for Donnie Darko being as good as it is, but the man...
Lightning in a bottle.
Donnie Darko was the movie that all my edgy friends in high school said was like the greatest thing ever made. So I watched it, and it's good. I like it. It's fine. Like, it's not a bad movie. It's just kind of it's like Jake said, it's very surreal, and surreal is not always a Koho movie. But Donnie Darko was pretty good. I enjoyed myself.
All right, Kirk.
My number 2 is a movie that for a very long time was locked into my number 3 spot. But just recently, over the past maybe year or so, I have really started gravitating towards this more, and this is just the movie I choose to watch more because it is so rewatchable, and that is Dog Day Afternoon.
That was Boatman's 51, and that was my 86.
It's my 51? Weird, because I haven't seen it.
Dog Day Afternoon is Pacino gives probably my all-time favorite performance by an actor. Just what he's able to communicate through his body motion, through his eyes. I watch this movie, I just look at his eyes the entire time, and he's conveying so much through that. He's that idea. He thinks he's in control. He thinks he knows what's going on, and just watching that slip away from him and have to deal with it is so good. It's just a masterclass at acting. I heard an interview with him a couple years ago, and he said that when they were filming this, they had to do some reshoots a couple months later, and he came back and he couldn't get the character back. It was just gone. It was like a one-time thing, and he couldn't do it again. That's how hard it was for even him to pull this performance off. And it bums me out that what people remember about this is Attica, and him screaming out and all that stuff, because there's so many like quiet, like understated moments in this where he's just sitting and thinking and contemplating, trying to get out of the situation. And it is so good. Just the whole story, just the setup. It's shot on location on this, this New York City block. Most of the extras are just people from the neighborhood. There's no score, and it's just this one location. Charles Durning is great as the negotiator, and just the two of them, Moretti, the two of them going back and forth. Sidney Lumet really didn't give them each other's lines, so a lot of the stuff when they're surprised or when they're when they don't understand each other, that's real. They're trying to actually communicate for real, which adds so much to that movie. And just the weather and the summer is such a character in this movie. Just the heat, it's just so oppressive, and it just weighs heavily on the characters. I love the characters in the bank and the relationships that build there, and the humor that comes from those situations. It's a very funny movie in a lot of places. It's so good. Again, this isn't the one where it's just a masterclass in acting, masterclass in directing. Just a fantastic movie.
Go ahead, Boatman hasn't seen it. It's 61.
It was 61 out of pure guessing.
So I watched this movie for the first time this year, and it's amazing. Al Pacino is fantastic. He has so many great moments. Like I wasn't quite sure what I was getting into. All I knew is that it was technically like a bank heist movie. And it's so much more than that. Also, if your movie opens with an Elton John song, bonus points.
That's the only music in the entire movie.
Right, and it's one of the best Elton John songs that opens it too, the Marina. But it's great. This movie is put together so well. I think honestly, this should be higher on my list than it is. The more I think about it, the more I like it. But yeah, Al Pacino continues to solidify himself as one of the best actors I've ever seen.
So this is the most Cody movie that I waited so long to see that should have seen a lot sooner. Because I'm not a big Pacino fan. I don't like Pacino in some things, but it's later Pacino. 70s Pacino is mint. He's hit the best, and I mean, I like other stuff throughout it. Like I like Gary and Ross, like stuff like that. So he has moments. It's just he becomes more of a meme now than anything. But no, this movie's incredible. Like one of my favorite, just one shot, like one location movies, pretty much. In this, and it's right. Like the only thing I knew about it was the Attica stuff, like the screaming, like that. But then when you watch it, like just how tense this movie is from like the get-go, it's really good. I absolutely love this movie. So I can't wait to watch it more. It wouldn't be in mine right now because I've seen it one time. What is everybody else? Mint. What is everybody else? Jake, what do you think about Dog Day Afternoon?
I hadn't seen this until this year when Bowman put it on for the deep cuts round in a title match. Was not expecting character names to memorize, but I think this is a fantastic movie. I think this is a great movie. I just love that it opens with them planning. They've already planned it out. They know what they're doing, and then all of a sudden, someone just leaves because I can't do it, and so now the whole plan is just up in the air. Like I don't know what to do, and the performances are so fantastic. Lumet is just a director who's one of the best in getting performances out of actors. He knows exactly like what to do for actors and how to get them into characters and all that sort of stuff. And I think just working with the right people. I'm shocked John Cazale was not nominated for an Oscar because he plays it so restrained and has this. He's on a different level as Pacino. I think that works for the character that he's playing and being the supporting actor that he is and being so good at it. Lance Henriksen, I didn't know he was in this movie until I saw it. He's also really good as one of the cops or FBI members. I can't remember exactly his character, but he's also really good in this movie. And there's just a situation that plays out during the movie because it changes, and then you get that whole Stockholm syndrome that was certain of the hostages, and it just plays out, and then I think this is just a great movie. I've only seen it once, and it was this year. So.
Okay. Koho. No, right?
Please.
Yeah, Koho, what's your two?
Yeah, it's Koho. I know.
My number 2 is the last Fandom movie on this list.
Yeah, I knew it.
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. It's my favorite animated movie of all time. It's one of my most rewatchable movies of all time. And I think it's one of the best movies I've ever seen. The way that it takes the world of Spider-Man and just dilutes it down to its most essential elements and still stays so true to every character and everything that is Spider-Man is great. I think Miles Morales is a fantastic character. He's never been one that, like, when I read his stories in the comics outside of the origin, that I was never really entertained by. And I think that like the movie takes his story and makes it really, 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 really in an interesting direction. I love Peter B. Parker in this movie. I think he's fantastic. I think Jake Johnson is giving a great performance as Peter B. Parker. Just that lost Peter Parker that's like done this so long and just kind of forgotten how to be Spider-Man along the way, and kind of remembers it while helping train the new Spider-Man. I love Liev Schreiber's Kingpin. I think he's a great tough guy villain all the way through. Just kill that guy after literally ruthlessly killing Spider-Man is insane. And then you have all the extra like Spider-Men that come with it. You have Spider-Gwen and Spider-Ham and Spider-Man Noir, who are all great. All of them are really fun. John Mulaney's really fun. Nick Cage is really fun. But I think the story is just so rewatchable, and the soundtrack to this movie is great. What's Up Danger is underrated. That song's excellent.
Anybody else? No. Okay. Sorry, I have to ask the question that I already know the answer to. So I'm not laughing at your pick. I'm laughing at Kirk and Kirk's reaction. Like, Kirk just looked like his kid just came home with something. He's like, "Oh God! Like, why did you do that? Like, I trusted you. I raised you right, and you did this." This movie is good. It's not my favorite Spider-Man movie. I love the animation in it. I think the animation is really cool. It is a comic book brought to life. I think the overall characters, I think they should have shortened the characters list. Like, I don't think Ham and Noir should have actually been there, and like Penny, because they're underused. They're just there to show that there's a multiverse, but you don't really get time with them. The main story is the top three, and then that's it. I want to see them expand on it. I knew you loved this movie the moment that it became eligible for Fandom and the questions came a flying. But I personally think it's a really, really good movie. It would never crack right now my top 100.
I've seen it an obscene amount of times though. So
yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's enjoyable. I like what they do. I can't wait for more of that world. 2 of all time is fucking insane. It is fucking insane. And I know what your 1 is, and we'll get there in a second. Everybody else on Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse.
I think this movie is pretty perfect. But then again, I'm not the biggest fan of Spider-Man, which is why I feel this is the movie that is... People who say this movie is the best Spider-Man movie, like me, are people who are not really into Spider-Man. I can see how people who actually are into Spider-Man hate the fuck out of this movie. It's kind of the same Last Jedi effect for Star Wars. Like, people who like me, I love Last Jedi, but I'm not the biggest Star Wars guy. But then the biggest Star Wars guy hate the fucking movie because it kind of is and isn't what it says it's gonna be. They give you a new Spider-Man, and the Spider-Man that you know, Peter Parker, is like a rundown, tired, disgruntled version of his former self. That is interesting to me. I think this movie is actually pretty great. I think the animation is brilliant, the way they did it. It's the most comic book animated movie I have ever seen based on a comic book. The soundtrack is fucking great. What's Up Danger, like Mr. Hip Hop here said, is actually a fucking baller of a song. And at the same time that I say that this is my favorite Spider-Man movie, I cannot justify this being number 2 on anyone's top movie list. Top 20, yes, maybe 10 if this movie was 25 years old and you had seen it 1,000,000 times.
He's already seen it 1,000,000 times. That's the thing.
I've seen it upwards of 25 times at this point.
Good. So, do you want to go last, Kirk?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, Nazari said it perfectly. I think if this is a movie for people who don't really like Spider-Man. I love Spider-Man. I've talked about Raimi. We talked about that movie. I really wanted to love this movie. I really, really did, and it just didn't connect with me. I think it's a pretty good movie, but I don't think it's a fantastic top 10 films on Letterboxd, all that sort of stuff. I think that's insane. The animation is fantastic. I don't like that Sony tried to patent the animation style because they're doing something similar with the Connected movie. I like Miles as a character. I just think that a lot of what makes this movie work is done in the Lego movie. Lord and Miller did a lot of the similar type of character arcs and situations. They did that in the Lego movie. I think that movie's great. You can say whatever you want about that. I just don't really care for it in Spider-Verse. They really did it. I don't like that Peter B. Parker's joke is that he's fat. They do that a couple of times. I just don't care. I don't find anything funny about that. I don't like the ragdoll train swinging around and Peter the ragdoll getting hit by everything. I just don't find that entertaining or funny. There's a couple of good comedy in it, but I just think it's a fine movie. Like, there's nothing really engaging to me, and I just wish that I loved this movie, but I just don't.
You know what? I forgot to say. I think this is the way I feel about the Lego Batman movie. Like, everybody tells me it's a fucking great Batman movie, which is not. And that is the best thing since sliced bread. And I love Batman. I know that's not right.
This movie is good. I think you hit the head, Cody. It's a good movie. But Koho is just solidifying my stance that this is the most overrated movie. Just period. I mean, like Jake said, it's like top 15, top 20 on Letterboxd.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I don't understand why.
It's got a 4.4 on Letterboxd.
People are insane.
And I mean, I guess a lot of Post Malone fans out there rate these movies. I don't know. But it's just, I don't have anything bad to say about it. It's, like I said, the animation style is fun at times. Other times kind of distracting, took me out of it. I like to take in all the different. The one animation thing I like is how each character keeps like the animation style from their universe. I really like that touch. I love the best thing about this movie. It has Tombstone in it. My favorite Spider-Man villain ever, Tombstone. I remember him from my old Spectacular Spider-Man run in the early 90s.
I didn't mean like whoa as in bad take. I mean like whoa in good for you.
Yeah, I love Tombstone. Read the old like early 90s Spectacular Spider-Man run.
I know who Tombstone is.
Fantastic. I love him. But yeah, it's good, but I mean, I just do not get the hype around it at all. It's not the best Spider-Man movie. It's not the best superhero movie. It's not the best animated superhero movie. It's just none of those things. It's a fun, good movie, but it's not. 2 is crazy, but I mean, that's the kind of attitude that's out there. That's the world we're living in. It's nuts.
I never knew that it was that highly rated. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, so Boatman, what's your number 1?
This is so anticlimactic for Boatman.
Yeah,
number 1.
Can we get hold on a second? Can we get him back just for this? Is he still watching? I kind of feel bad.
I messaged him. I don't think he's responded.
Okay.
Well, we
next
can
week
see.
we might have to do just an encore or something.
Yeah.
No, he's been off for like 26 minutes, so no, I won't blame him. Number 1.
I mean, we all know what it is.
Number 1 is 12 Angry Men. This movie came out in 1957. It has a rating of 100 in Rotten Tomatoes. It's directed by Sidney Lumet. It stars DJ Cobb and Harry Fonda.
Have you not seen 12 Angry Men?
Yes, I have. It's a fucking great movie.
That was so good.
But I have a weird story with this one because for some reason I ended up actually watching the remake from 1997 first with Jack Lemmon. One Sunday evening, I was just watching TV in my house, and that movie came out, and I was like, wow, this is such an interesting thing. Like, just following 12 great actors, because that is a stacked. George C. Scott plays Juror number 3 in that version. version of a simple story, just saying how everybody has different priorities and they are all analyzing this thing that they all want to get over with, but at the same time, they are trying their best to be fair. And then I found out that it was a remake from a 1957 movie, which is actually made me go back and watch it. And even though I love the 97 remake, the original is just so much layered. It's one of those classic movies that you can actually feel the texture of the film when it was being made, and you can feel the sweat of this man just sitting in a hot box for a day trying to figure out what's fair about a life of a Puerto Rican kid who supposedly murdered someone. And the way they unravel the story step by step, and the way that Henry Fonda just analyzes every single detail of what he heard at the case, and little by little just keeps peeling back a little bit more and a little bit more until he makes the totally balanced case that there's no way that this could have happened the way it was presented. But at the same time, they also do the smart thing of not trying to find another guilty person just to blame it on, because that's something that modern cinema would have done. If this movie wasn't made in the 50s, it was made in the 90s, they would have given you another suspect, they would have shown you the guys being arrested and gave you a happy ending. This one it ends on an open way that leaves you with the desire to know what happened next, even though you don't really need to delve further into it. And the way they show that juror number 3, it's trying to redeem past sins from his own life by taking this kid down, no matter what the evidence says. It's kind of a perfect way to do character work, which this movie is just all about that. It's a great fucking movie.
This is my number 19. And yeah, everything Nazario said is right. I just love this movie. It's all one location, just in that room. And Lumet, his background is in theater. He staged his movies and he rehearsed his movies like plays. So it's just a perfect fit for him to. I think he directed the stage play first before he just directed the stage version of this. But yeah, it's so good. And the thing I love Henry Fonda's character. And what's so cool about him is he's not an activist. He's not trying to make a point. He's basically just saying, we've been given this job to do. Let's take it seriously. Everybody just kind of wants to get over with, doesn't care about this kid. And he said, a person's life in the hand. Let's take a closer look. And I love how it's almost episodic. Like he said, okay, well, what's your issue? Well, let's talk about that. They break that down and just one at a time. Okay, now what about you? What's your thing? And they just go through each person. And like Nazario said, they just get to the heart of the matter. Whether it's something they've internalized and they have a problem with it, and they're manifesting that, or if it's something else that they have to deal with. But I love how each character kind of represents that issue, and he just breaks through it. And I love the end of the movie. Just nice to meet you, and he leaves. And like Nazario said, it's just that. It was just about this one case and whether or not this guy's guilty or innocent. And he was innocent. Sorry, spoilers. But I really love that.
Anybody else?
This was my 53. I've seen this movie once, and I loved it. And it's been a year or so since I've seen it. I want to rewatch it. I've always been meaning to, but it's a movie that every time I watch it, I just know it's going to go higher. Lee J. Cobb is fantastic in this movie. And yeah, I don't know what to say that has not already been said. But I think it's a brilliant film that just kind of gives you a bunch of people in this one room that you have no context for. And you learn everything you need to know about them in a matter of an hour and a half. It's brilliant. I love this movie.
Is that it?
Yeah.
I've said this before. I directed this in college. I think this play is brilliant. I've seen it numerous times, and I've watched the movie, and the movie is just brilliant. I will always love the descent at the very end, is when he's giving his final speech and he's like, "Don't you see them? They're wrong. They're crooked. They're thieves. Blah blah." And everybody else that was fully on board with leaving about 2 hours ago is now backing. Well, in that time frame, hours, and they just all start backing up, and they're like, no, we don't see what you see anymore. And like, it's just brilliant. And I agree with Nazario. I'm so glad this was made and written and stuff back then, because we would have gotten way too much. They wouldn't be able to capture the brilliance of what this movie is. This movie doesn't need anything but a hand going up that says I disagree, and then to convince all 11 people that, hey, something's not right, and I don't want to. If there's an ounce of doubt, I'm not going to sign off on this. And it's brilliant. It stood the test of time. It is still one of those that is still untouched. I mean, they've remade remakes of it, but this one is still the one that stands by itself as, I think, a perfect film. One of my favorite courtroom kind of dramas. Jake, what are your thoughts?
I saw this film for the first time last year, and I rewatched it this year. I think this is a movie that has grown on me so much. I would love to watch this movie again, and I have a good feeling that it will probably make my top 100. I'm not a big classic guy, but this film just hits everything that it's going for. Every actor is fantastic. The dialogue is perfect. Every character has so much detail that you find out throughout the movie. I think juror number 3 is just such an interesting character because he's just mad at his son. And he is just so mad when it comes to bringing it up and the whole situation that's going on, and just his whole, at the end of the movie, and his whole monologue and tirade. I think it's just so powerful. Like, I start to feel sad for him in that aspect, and everyone just gives a brilliant performance. I think this is a fantastic movie. What a way to start your career by making this your first film. Lumet is just a fantastic director, and this is your first film that you've made. Is just what a start of a career.
All right, Jake, what's your one?
I mean, I think everybody knew this was coming from the big start of this whole series. It is the best picture winner, Scooby-Doo. I mean Birdman, or The Unexpected Virtue of Ignorance. Thank you for getting the full title in. So, just a little flashback to 2014. I remember hearing about this movie. I saw the one trailer, and I was like, that looks interesting. I didn't really care much for it. And then all of a sudden the reviews started coming out, and everyone's saying this is one of those meta type of movies, and Michael Keaton's referencing his playing Batman, and I was like, I've got to check this out. I like this sort of stuff. And I remember seeing this in early January of 2015, and during the experience of watching it, I just fell in love with everything about this movie. This film has everything that I love in film, from extremely long takes to character study, meta narrative, films about films. It's just everything that I love. The meaning of life, existentialism, all of that is in this movie. He's trying to put on the play. He's trying to restart his career, try to become a serious actor. And Regan Thompson is just a fascinating character. Michael Keaton, I think no one else could really play this character. There's a lot of references to him playing a superhero, Birdman, and just the idea that Keaton played Batman adds a lot of layers to this character and to the movie. And it's kind of a self-referential in that factor. He never got out of being Batman. He did a lot of weird stuff in other films. You remember Duplicity or Herbie Fully Loaded? He did other films, but he never got back to the same level he did when he played Batman, when he decided to not do the third one. And this film is kind of just him trying to reinvent himself. And I love films that have just a life imitating art, imitating life mentality, because this movie, when it came out, Keaton jumpstarted his career just like what the character was trying to do. It was a self-reflection of that idea, and everything is brilliant. I just love the whole presentation of this movie. It's one long take. It's edited, but the presentation and just Inarritu gives so much to what he wants this movie to look like. In life, there are no cuts, and that's what he tried to put into this movie. And just the idea of what are we supposed to be doing on this planet? What satisfies us to be here, and what do we want to do? Are we supposed to be helping people? Are we supposed to be, help figure out the identity of who we are, and the idea of Icarus and Birdman talking to his head, like the idea of the ego, and that's something that I struggle with all the time. Is just the battle of the ego, like who's in control most of the time, and it's just really fantastic magic realism, black comedy, drama. Like it's a film that you can't really put in a genre. I could talk about this one for hours. I love the ending. The ending's just so ambiguous. You don't know really like exactly what has happened. It's left up to interpretation. And I just think this is a fantastic movie. It deserved all the Oscars that it got nominated for and more. It won Best Picture and Director, and it's a brilliant, fantastic film that I will defend. Even if some people don't like it, I can tell you why I love it. It's my favorite film. I don't know when I will find a film that's as good as this, but this is just a brilliant film. Everyone's great. Emma Stone, Edward Norton, Naomi Watts, brilliant performances, and I think this movie is a masterpiece.
I think we all had this movie.
Yes.
Let me check. Boatman had it at 87.
It's my 97.
Boatman had it at 87, and I had it at 46. So I really like this movie in the way that like I wasn't expecting. I watched it because I was trying to brush up on all the Best Picture winners. And I wasn't expecting this kind of movie because it was kind of weird, but in like the perfect kind of Koho weird, where it's like you can't really tell what's real and what's not. And it's that perfect, like walks that perfect line of letting you decide for yourself. Edward Norton and Michael Keaton are lights out in this movie, like stellar performances. If J.K. Simmons was not in Whiplash that year, I'd say Edward Norton should have won. But I think they're all fantastic. Emma Stone's great, but I'm also like an Emma Stone shill. You'll find out. Yeah, it's very well written. This movie is very well written, and I think it's. I think the gimmick of just the one long take works really well because it keeps you always engaged. Because it feels like you never have a minute to breathe, because it's constantly, you're always constantly in it. It's not a movie that takes any breaks. It's not stopping, so you can't take your attention off of it because you're stuck with Keaton or Norton or whoever you're following for the length of this movie at any given time. And I really like that touch. Inarritu is fantastic behind the camera of this one. But yeah, it's a great movie.
I will say that, yeah, Michael Keaton is probably the only person that could have done this role as the way it was intended. Maybe if Christopher Reeve was alive and was still able to act, because I only think those two are the only ones that are inexorably linked to that one role, that iconic superhero role that just like they held for the rest of their careers. I think you guys have sold this movie as best as it could be, so I'll just use this time to say that if you enjoy this, Alejandro González Iñárritu is a great director, and he has done a lot of work previously that has gone pretty unnoticed. Especially, I would say, look out for Amores Perros that he did in Spanish while he was still just working with Mexican actors. It has Gael Garcia Bernal in it. Also, look for 21 Grams, which is amazing with Sean Penn and Naomi Watts and Benicio del Toro, and Beautiful with Javier Bardem that he did after Babel, which he got a lot of more recognition for. But I think Beautiful is a better film overall.
This is my 97. Everything you guys said is accurate. I like the way Koho described how the movie just keeps moving, and I think what really, besides the one long take, that all percussive score. Really just feeds into that, so it just nonstop. It just keeps going, especially that scene out on the street when the drums are just banging. That guy shouting the line, just quoting Macbeth. That homeless guy just screaming it is so good. And I love a lot of the meta narrative here, what they're exploring. Like I love the idea of an actor versus a movie star, and what makes that difference in him trying to be one thing when he's, pigeonholed as another. I love Keaton. I've talked about him before. He's got a special place in my heart, and I loved seeing him come back through this. And that kind of just added to the movie for me. I love the fact, and and again with Rope and other movies, I talked about how I love the long takes, the one take thing. I love how he plays with this. Like there's that one scene where they're backstage and they're going through. It's set up as all one take, and they go through a door, but there's a passage of time, and it's one shot, but it's hours later, and a lot of stuff like that in here is really really well done. So yeah, it's a really good movie.
I like this movie. I don't love. It's not one of my all-time favorite. I rewatched it this year. I liked it more than I did the first time. It's out there, which normally means not a Cody movie. But I love the performances in it. And I think it tells a really incredible story throughout. It's just, yeah, not like I didn't fall in love with the film, but I do enjoy it, and I completely understand why it's Jake's number one. Kirk, what's your number one?
Okay, it all comes down to this. Not a big surprise. It's the thumbnail for a reason. Number one is The Godfather. I honestly wanted to have a different movie here just to have something different, but I couldn't because this is the greatest movie ever made. And I can't deny that. It just, oh man, where do I start? I mean, the opening scenes of this movie, the first 15, 20 minutes, the wedding, is just some of the greatest world building and just greatest setup you're ever going to see in the movie. I could watch, if the movie was 3 hours of just that wedding scene, I would watch that with my eyes glued to the screen. I feel like with that scene, and so much of this movie too, especially this scene, I feel like if the camera stopped rolling and the crew went home, everything would continue because they're real people living real lives. It's so it's just so, there's so much depth to it. I watch it and I'm constantly seeing new things. And then you just go and the story. I love that the story, just the whole plot is based on one misspoken word. Sonny just speaks out of turn once in a meeting, and that sets the whole story into motion. And from there, you have Michael and his situation, and you watch his turn, which is so good. You have that scene with Sollozzo and McCluskey in the restaurant, which is my all-time favorite movie scene. Just talk about tension. With the train in the background and them speaking Italian, I love that scene so much. But yeah, just again. There's not much you can say about this movie. It hasn't been said. You got Corley, you got Pacino, James Caan, Robert Duvall. You got just the cast is just so stacked. And the fact this movie almost didn't happen. The studio was fighting Coppola every step of the way. They wanted a different cinematographer. They wanted to change the script. They wanted to fire Pacino. Coppola's the all-time MVP as far as directors goes, because if he didn't fought for this tooth and nail, this movie we wouldn't have this movie because it would have just been changed. There's just, like I said, I watch this movie. You can watch it from different perspectives, just different takes on the character. I've been watching this movie regularly for 25 years now. I've never gotten bored of it. I'm always finding new things in it. There's so just just how it takes a detour to Sicily, and Michael's whole has a whole kind of character arc and story in Sicily, and then he comes back, and then you go to the Vegas and the Mo Green. That's why the movie doesn't get boring. It's 3.5 hours long, but never gets boring because there's always so much going on. There's no fat on this movie. This is why I like this better than Godfather 2, because Godfather 2 is does get a little heavy, a little dense. This movie, there's not a wasted frame in this movie. Every movie in this is so perfect, and I love it. And I can go on forever, but it's late, so I won't.
Anybody else have The Godfather?
Let me double check.
I think Boatman did.
I think, yeah, Boatman sounds like it.
Cool. Yes, Boatman has The Godfather at his 21.
The Godfather is pretty perfect. Just like Kirk said, everything that I could have nitpicked about The Godfather 2 is not applicable to The Godfather Part 1. Even Marlon Brando, who just did whatever he wanted to do with this role, somehow insanely, brilliantly made it work. And the way the movie develops, like I said, I like movies that tell you the story of a life lived. And this is one of those movies. Also, the shooting style make it so real that you can feel like this is actually something that is happening or has happened, and you're just getting the the summary of it. The way that Michael wants nothing to do with his father's business and somehow inevitably ends up being the one in charge of it. It's kind of a brilliant twist of fate. One of those things that even the best laid plans are never just gonna be achievable in an easy way. He has to make choices in life based on the events that happen because of decisions that were made by other people in his life, and how he ends up being who he ends up becoming. It's one of the most interesting movie arcs in history. And I actually think that Al Pacino's probably his best work is in this film, is this movie. I don't think he ever matched it again for me.
Yeah. The Godfather and Godfather 2 are my combo movies. I don't watch one without the other, basically. I think they play right into each other. I think they are two just great films overall. I hated myself when I was younger because I heard so much talk about The Godfather. And I watched it in the wedding scene. I was like, this shit is boring. Like, what the hell? This is boring. Then Lion King. I got past that point in life, and I went back and watched it. And just the moments in the wedding scene alone, I'm with Kirk. I could watch the wedding scene, a whole movie about like the innards of that wedding scene. I think it's insane. It's so brilliant. Some people don't like when like they go across like the flashback or I mean not the flashback, but leaving the country and like coming back. But I like that stuff. I love the entire story. I don't get bored by this movie. It just plays perfectly. I think it plays right into Godfather 2 for me. It just picks up and it goes. I like Godfather 1 more than Godfather 2 because I just like the setups and everything. But when people said when I was younger that Godfather is one of the best films ever made, they were correct. It is one of the best films ever made. And I will always go back to watch this movie. It is the perfect crime movie. It's the chef's kiss of one hack that's in the chat if he's still there. Some weird sexual thing related to anything? No. Koho or Jake, why don't you guys like good movies?
I like The Godfather. It's not that I don't like The Godfather. It's that I don't have the temperament to watch this movie over and over and over because it's kind of heavy. At times, I love Al Pacino's character's arc and his performance. And I like Brando a lot too. It's just some of the moments I can't watch over and over and over again. Not because they're bad or anything, just because for me, I don't have the temperament to watch these people fucking fight like this all the time because I care about the Corleones, and I'm not really supposed to. Not all of them anyway. So there's nothing against this movie. It's one of the best movies ever made. It's just not a movie I'm going to go back to all the time.
I'm trying to go legitimate. This is a film that I remember when I was getting into film and checking out the AFI Top 100 movies and seeing that this is number 2. And like I heard of The Godfather, I was like 14, hadn't seen the movie, wanted to check it out, and I rewatched it last year, and it is a fantastic movie. There's a reason why everyone says this is one of the best movies ever made. I would love to watch this movie again. It's just I had this it's like an aching to just watch it again, like a hunger. It's a fantastic movie. Everything about this movie is perfect. I can't really say anything else. Everyone here has added a lot to this movie. Fantastic. With the 3-hour runtime, it never feels that long. It's just so perfect. Like the pacing and the tone and the way everything is lit is also just so dark and perfect. It's just that's what just works for this movie. It's like the characters are not supposed to be lit so perfectly. Just the shadows and all that sort of stuff, and also the sound of this movie just feels so real. And that whole opening with the wedding, it feels like I'm just watching people have at a wedding. Like it feels so real. And also the ending is just so fantastic. Like Michael is now accepted into the family business, and the last shot is just the door closing on Yankee, and it's so perfect, and that just makes up for everything that happens with the last 3 hours. It's a brilliant movie. I can't say anything bad about this movie. I would love to watch it again, and it may just in fact make my top 100.
Koho, let's go fucking home. Let's just skip your number one and let's go home.
All right. Number one. All right. Let's do this one more time.
A heavy movie versus air. Okay.
All right. Let's do this one last time.
By 51.
One last time.
La La Land to me is a movie that has meant different things to me over the course of my time watching it. I love this movie. When I first watched it, I connected to Chazelle on a writing level in both Whiplash and La La Land, in a lot of different themes that appear in both movies. And I think the first movie to me when I first watched it was about just chasing your dreams and doing that and stopping at nothing to achieve those dreams. And each time I watched it, a different part of the movie and a different theme from the movie has spoken out to me differently. A part of, like the last time I watched it, the thing that spoke out to me more was how, like, the end of that movie and where those two characters end up is not necessarily where they're supposed to be, but it's where they want to be. And it's where they wanted to be, and they find out maybe that's not necessarily what they actually wanted, but they know that's where they wanted to be when they were younger. And I think that that's a really powerful moment and very powerful scene. I think Chazelle directs the fuck out of this movie. It's shot beautifully. My favorite single shot is them looking out over LA with the purple sky. I think that's a beautiful scene. I love the music. I know Cody's going to go into the drone on, knockout, drag out.
Look at my face when you talk to me.
Cody's going to say the same bullshit about they can't sing and the songs are terribly written and the music's bad. I love it. I love Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling in their performances. I think they both have incredible chemistry together. And I think they act really well opposite of each other in this movie, from going from flipping each other off on the freeway and not even liking each other to this moment where they're like slowly starting to fall for each other. There's a lot of parts to this movie, individual moments that speak to me every different time that I watch it. But at the end of the day, this will never not be my favorite movie. This will never not remove itself from number one because of the attachment that I have to this film. I think it's a perfect film.
You got a lot of living left to do, Koho.
I think this is a perfect film. I think this is a movie that will change with me every time I rewatch it. I'll find something different that I love. It'll mean something different to me. But yeah, La La Land's my favorite movie, and it won't change.
That's a bold fucking strategy. Who else had this?
I had this at 51. So, yeah, I think this is a great movie. You can say whatever you want to say about it. I mean, it's not my number one, but I think 51's pretty good. I really love the relationship between Sebastian and Mia. I think they have good chemistry. The reason why Gosling and Stone did multiple movies together. I really love the dancing. I love the music. I'm not a big musical guy, but the music just was really good in this movie. Every song is just really like fun to listen to. I really love the dance sequence. A Lovely Night. I think that's really good. I really love the ending. The ending is just so beautiful. Like, they realize that they can't be together because they have careers that they have to focus on, and those careers are just not interlined with them as a relationship. And the whole fantasy sequence of what their lives could have been, I think, is just so beautiful and powerful. And I think the ending just really solidifies this as one of the best movies of 2016. I think it's a great movie. I think it's fantastic, and I think it is a great movie.
Anybody else have La La Land?
Boatman.
Did Boatman?
That was Boatman 69.
Okay. When I first watched this movie, I didn't like it. I expected to love this movie. It had everything that was supposed to be good about it. It was like the music, the spectacle, the dancing, the old Hollywood tale, and the old cinema colors during the filmmaking. All of that were supposed to work, but it didn't for me. Then I rewatched it because, again, Mr. Hip Hop insisted so much that it was a great movie that I decided to give it a chance. I'm glad I did. It's a good movie. Maybe even a very good movie. But it never really grabbed me the way it was meant to. I could see too much of the mechanism, of the inner workings of it, of the thing grinding its best effort to not look like it was grinding. And it kind of put me off a bit. Ryan Gosling is probably my favorite working actor, and even with him doing his best, I couldn't really grab the movie. I think the screenplay is a little weak. I think the way that they make the conflict between him and Emma Stone is basically a lack of communication that they just blow way the fuck too much. And the music, I think it hit its best song in the first song, in Another Day of Song. And I don't think anything in the movie after that gets to that level of memorability with the movie, the song. So, yes, it's good. I don't really get the great, but he loves it, so whatever.
Nazaria, you want to know why that is? Do you want to know why that song is the most memorable?
Cool.
Because it's people that can actually fucking sing or singing that song. That's the whole point. That's the whole point behind it. Hollywood does this fun thing where they have to market a movie. So marketing the movie, they have to go get big name stars. They get big name stars that have chemistry together. But the problem is they put it behind people of singing that can't fucking sing. And the songs that they get to sing are trash songs that they have to sing. So on top of that, there is just shit on top of shit put together on this musical over a story that I actually find somewhat interesting. You cut the music away from it, you cut everything away and just give me the story, I like it a way more. But sell me as a musical and then give me a mediocre trash musical as it is, then I have problems with it. It was like nominated for 2 songs. That must have been a weak year for original music at the Oscars.
One of the songs should not have been nominated.
Both of them shouldn't have been nominated. Okay. But yeah, this movie is just like, yes, like Emma Stone's a great actor. Ryan Gosling's a great actor. In the confines of this movie, trash. My wife loves romantic movies. Walked out and she goes, "That movie was shit." And I said, "If you said it's shit, then I can back up and say it is shit," because she has walked through some real terrible ones that says is a masterpiece. This movie, garbage. And don't ever say that it can't take off number 1. Lion King's my number 1 right now. And by the movies that I've watched this year, a couple watches, it could pass Lion King. So, pump the brakes. Kirk, you're the only one that hasn't talked. La La Land.
Yeah. It's Emma Stone and Ryan Gosling are charming. It's a movie that's trying very hard to be what it is. You know, it's a lot of just callbacks to older movies. It wants to be that, like Singing in the Rain, American in Paris, so much, and it just never gets there. To me, the biggest sin of this movie is when I walked out, I did not remember any of the songs. And if I walk out of the musical and I'm not humming, you did something wrong. The music just fell flat. I don't know if it's just. I don't think it's just that they can't sing. I think it's kind of boring music. The story's okay, but and again, I didn't hate it. I don't think it's awful, but to call it number 1, call it a perfect movie, that's crazy. This is definitely not a perfect movie. And Koho, I'm about to pay you a compliment. This is not always going to be your number 1 movie. I guarantee you. 10 years from now, let's get back together. I'll probably be dead, but if not, 10 years from now, let's get back together. This will not be your number 1 movie in 10 years from now. I'll bet you cash money on that.
Life changes. Okay.
It's gonna be happening.
Guys, I had to up our StreamYard just to
Hold on
hope
with
that
that. I just want to say one thing. Koho, when I was your age, my favorite movie was Independence Day. Life changes.
Okay. So I had to up our StreamYard because I think it cuts off at 4 hours. I may have been wrong about that, but I was not going to risk it for this episode because we were getting to ones. I appreciate everybody for being here. You're not getting grades. You're not getting rating. You'll be back next week. I think everybody that stayed with us this long, good freaking Lord. I about left. So good job for everybody. Thank you all. Thanks Nazario. Thanks Tim. Thanks everybody that showed up to fill in for Boatman. Boatman will be here to vent very little of his list next week. I'll let him talk about his top 3 for like 2 minutes apiece, just so we can get some out of it. Everybody, I'll give out from lowest to highest. Lowest, oh crap. Jake is not the winner this week. I would say either some
it's the most meme of the top 10, obviously, but
that is 100%. Next is Kaleb Koho. Kaleb definitely lost. Number 1's too high. 2 is everything. Even Hamilton. I mean, interesting. Big Lebowski. The next one is Boatman. 12 Angry Men, Inception, Social Network, great start, but he had Royal Tenenbaums. And they had Monty Python. And the winner for the final episode is Kirk Kowalkowski. Pretty much shot perfect from the 7 on. So that's impressive. Anyways, be back here next week if you guys can. It'll be a shorter episode, I promise you. We will start normal time tomorrow. Also, if you're still here and you want to be on future episodes, I'm asking everybody to send me their list a week in advance from now on of the show. We're going to release them, let you know ahead of time what they are, but I'm not doing this 2 days anymore. A week if you want to be on the show, so start watching your shit now if you want to be on the episode. Because I hate going into an episode that if I haven't seen something, I can't have a discussion on it. So it takes a week. So remember that if you don't send it in a week, you don't get to play. So that means next week, this time, everybody that wants to be on sequels, send me your list before that day. On that note, yeah, deserve sequels. Yeah, I don't give a shit. We'll post it on Facebook page. It's 4 hours and 20 minutes. I'm done. Everybody, go to fucking bed. Bye.
All right. In case I don't see ya. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
You better lawyer up, asshole. Because I'm not coming back for 30%. I'm coming back for everything.
Get what you fucking deserve!
Return to your lady friend. Duncan, please return to your lady friend.
Long live the king. Hasta la vista, baby.